Okay. You're not in the car today.
Nah, nah, nah. I'm ready today. I'm on point.
I'm surprised. Last week we had Markel, who was first Rise and Shine.
Yeah. Yeah,
Is
I thought
he?
he would be. I thought he would probably beat me as well. What's up, B?
Yeah.
Hey man, how you doing?
All's well.
How's the response from the first interview?
It's been good. It's been really good. Yeah, it's been a lot of been getting a lot of DMs, a lot of good feedback, people chiming in. A lot of people that I don't know, with their, just chiming in on it. Even leading from those that were looking forward to the release, because a lot of people was confused on, well, where is it? Where can I get it? I said, well, it isn't time yet, so just gotta wait it out. Once I know, then you'll know. But they found out. You know,
Yeah, yeah. I
so
think
it's been good.
I think that because when it's that long, if you put it out there, people don't really capture those nuggets. So
Yeah,
as
yeah,
I've
yeah.
been watching, there's like, wow, look at that interesting part,
Hmm.
and you get people like, I'll be honest, the episode that we did, the segment around Gene, I was biting my tongue when you guys were giving him all the props. I was like, wow, this is the first time I've heard anyone give him any props. But it was a good perspective because, like Carell from Kids at Work, he was around. He saw that side of Gene. Aaron, Damien has seen the side of Gene that you guys are talking about. And so I
Mm.
guess it's different from the for you guys who worked with who knew him behind the scenes. You could take the good
Yeah,
and you understand the bad parts and make it more balanced.
yeah, yeah. And then a lot of it comes from that too. I was thinking about that after the fact, that I'm not sure how many people had but I know it's a few, very few, that had the intimate relationship where we just knew each other from a different space, because we were the kids of the company, so we would do things that other people just couldn't even get away with. Just being kids, we'd be up in the office, we'd the empty room, there was an empty room way in the back, and we'd go back there, we'd be wrestling sometimes, and just shit that kids would do. So our vantage point was different, and a lot of people didn't have that, where they had more of a perhaps more of an intimidation factor that
Mm.
wasn't even on our mind. So our relationship was more, you know what I mean? It was just
Yeah,
far more interactive than most. So we got a chance to see a side of Gene and be exposed to things that maybe other people, their relationship with them came from a place of more of a stringent business.
business.
Our
Yeah,
thing is, okay, we know this business thing is going on, but we also around for when the hair is down, so to speak. You know what I mean? In more relaxed environments. So we just, our perspective is different from that point of view as well.
Idris from ARB. I mean, he's been on many times, and he seems to have a very balanced view of Gene.
Who's
Understood Idris.
Oh, you said who?
Idris
From ARB.
from ARB.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. When you said that name, that's my brother's name.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
I'm
okay.
trying. I'm like,
Different
hello.
Idris, different Idris.
Okay, okay. Do you know? But you should know him from from ARB.
Idris Mohammed, I think yeah.
Yeah, he was the one I rapped on Nothing But a Party. He was part of basically. Yeah.
Okay, okay, yeah. Whenever I hear that name, it just makes me,
Oh, your
brings my.
brother.
And then I started thinking of Idris Elba,
Yeah, I
although
was thinking of him just now.
his
My
name,
brain
huh?
my brain went there as well. I went Idris, Mohammed,
Okay.
Davidson, Elba,
Right,
one
right,
of them.
right.
Okay,
Because
okay.
isn't there's a famous drummer by that name as well, right?
Mohammed, his dad,
There's something
That's his dad.
the jazz,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's his dad.
Oh wow, wow. And
Yeah.
the first time I saw that was growing up and becoming a music producer. I would see that on the back of records from the
Mhm.
family's record collection. I would come across, oh, this guy had the same name as Dries.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
so that's crazy.
Yeah, it is Mohammed. That's his dad. Yeah. So yeah,
Right.
that's yeah, and he was part of base. But anyway, and, and before Marco comes in, the question that I had, and I posed it to Jack McGee, and I got a call from Eddie F. It was
Hmm.
Jane Child, the Teddy
Right.
remix of Why Don't You I Don't Want to Fall in Love. Um, do you remember when that remix came out and what impact did it have in New York?
It was incredible. That it was something about that remix that was like almost like a media hit or something. I mean,
Wow.
it was incredible. It was kind of the closest thing that Teddy did at that time that reminded me of such a shockwave was when I Wanna Hit.
Ah,
Jane Child remix did that to the
wow.
streets. It was like damn, you know what I mean? And you know and it's amazing that you mentioned that because what it takes me back to is the ability for a song to do what that did or what music, for music to have the ability to rapture the souls of a demographic is a phenomenal thing. You know what I mean? Like that's not something that happens all the time. But for a song to just arrest people in such a way that's like, damn, this automatically just becomes the soundtrack to the lives of that demographic was just amazing. And Jane Child remix certainly was one of those things. It just, I don't know, it was just, I don't know, timing, whatever Teddy was feeling at that time, whatever he was going through, whatever it was, that energy channeled in a way where it connected with everybody.
I mean,
Incredible
VJ,
remix
I
though,
mean,
man.
I was going to ask you, VJ, I mean, did you hear it when it first came out or is this subsequently?
I heard it not I wouldn't have heard it exactly when it came out. I think it was maybe a few
Ni-
months later.
Okay, yeah, well, just around 1990 when it, yeah.
1990, 1990. It would have been towards the tail end of 1990, I think.
No,
Maybe
it came out
not,
January. So this was just after the split in December of 89, 90, 89. And so that was the first thing he did.
yeah. The thing
Yeah.
is that yeah, fantastic. That remix was something else. But Akil, why was there no rap on that? Did he not want to say, "Hey, Akil, just why don't you just hop
You,
on this track
it
or
was
ask
just
Heavy
one of those,
D?"
yeah, it was one of those things. I think, as I recall it, just the timing, the only thing that I can attribute that to was just the space that he was in. His mind was on the liberating spirit of being set free from this thing. It wasn't the typical studio environment that we would be in. Like wherever when he whipped that up, he was just in his own zone
Mm.
at that time. And it just wasn't, things were kind of just, you know, being pieced together. How are we gonna, how do we move forward from here, kind of a thing. So that I think it had more to do with the timing and the environment wasn't resettled, for lack of another term, yet, to where okay, this is like this is what we traditionally do. He was just moving out of the spirit of let me knock this out, and this is getting me back on my feet. So he was in his own space in that moment, right, and rightfully so, after such a you know it's a monumental split.
Mm.
So that was just something that just so happened it didn't fall together that way. It certainly wasn't any other reason in that. You know.
The-
Yeah,
the- yeah, and I would just say that there's any us as New Jack Spring fans or Teddy fans, there's the folklore of Jane Child is almost as though he had no money and this was his last chance to stay in the industry and it opened the doors for other things.
Hmm.
But as I said, I got a message from Eddie F yesterday and he was like, you guys do not realize how much that record shook the clubs in New York. It
Yeah.
was almost like something hit culturally. It was he like groove me. It was, and I'm
Yeah.
I'm listening to this and thinking, my goodness, I didn't think
Yeah.
it was. I'm because she came and she disappeared, and I'm thinking, why so much into that one remix and stuff? And I guess it's there is people that don't put as much respect in remixes,
Mm.
as and that shows that the impact it did. Um,
Yeah. Yeah, totally agree. And that's true too. Groove Me certainly did that as well. But it was just something different, about the Jane Child remix. Because Groove Me also was one of those joints. I mean, it was, all of that stuff was just leading the charge of the changing of the guards for that,
Mm.
for this new sound that's just being ushered in. So Groove Me certainly was one of those things. And but I wanna Jane Child, and I would absolutely put Groove Me in there too. But those two things just, I don't know, something different. I was just something different about that Jane Child. And maybe it had a lot to do with just the mixture of
Mm.
those energies,
Mm.
because her sound, without question, it contributed to that. It's like,
Mm.
it just felt like, who the hell is this? I mean, these things is like just this mix up of energies and sonics that usually you're not expecting this to happen.
Mm.
Whereas when you listen to a Groove Me, for example, yeah, this joint is fire, but that this is soul to soul kind of connecting, from a black space.
Mm.
But when you listen to Jane Child, you know that this is a different energy that's connecting with this other energy.
Mm.
And maybe that mix up. Because shortly thereafter, and I'm not even sure so much after, but people started the DJ started mixing, the hip hop beats underneath people like Stephanie Mills and stuff like that. Like
Ah.
that became a thing, shortly thereafter. And so there was just something to this, hold up, let's just start blending, even on, on the street level, just from the DJ's perspective, just merging those energies. So, just think that it was a strong precursor to all of that sort of stuff.
Mm.
I
But
was I was going to ask, we were going to go chronologically,
Mm.
but it depends when Markel is joining, because if not, I'm going to ask questions which are pertinent to you then, if that makes sense.
all right, give me a second. Let me check on him and make sure that he didn't forget, because he certainly got the heads up. Um, where is it? Yeah, but I'm here.
Go ahead, Reed.
So I had some questions for you.
Okay.
Um, this is a little bit later, so I was going to ask you, what was the situation with this stuff? Can you see that?
Ah,
Can you see that? I don't know if you can see
yeah,
that. That
yeah,
is,
yeah,
sorry,
absolutely.
when you've got a background and you put something in it other than your head, it just like cuts it up and it all
No,
looks
I get,
almost,
yeah, I
as long
get
as
it.
you can
I get
see
it.
that.
Yeah,
That,
that's the funny thing is there's some I love that project. I love that project. For me, that's one of the greatest projects that I've ever done. And I'll tell
Wow.
you why. Um I refer Let me say this first. That project, first and foremost, it represents a time for me where I went through this space where I wanted to somewhat forcefully, if you will, separate myself from the connection with my history, because I felt, or at least I believed, that I was being so pigeonholed by that the expectations were always on, well, what's up with that? Give me more of that, give me more of that. Yo, yo.
Hey man, I'm so sorry, man. I thought this joint was at 5 o'clock, man. I am so sorry, man. I swear I'm sorry.
That's
Hey,
right.
last,
you're all
last
good.
interview, I was off by a day. I thought it was, and I told Judy we agreed on the 19th, and my mind went to the 20th by the time. That's why I showed up late. VJ hit me. I was like, oh shit, it's today. So it
Yeah.
happens, bro. It happens.
I'm sitting there trying to prepare, thinking about whether I'm going to use my phone and my computer.
Hmm.
I had to use my phone because it was the fastest way to get on.
Oh no, you could log off and do your computer, take your time, it's fine because Akil's about to talk about his album, so you can do that. Because I can't imagine you holding up your phone for hours. So take your
Yeah, yeah.
time.
All right,
Yeah,
let
go
me
ahead.
log into that, and
Yeah,
I'll be right in there.
no worries.
All
All right.
right.
All
Well,
right, go ahead, Akil.
so actually,
Yes. So,
Akil, before you go, I was going to
mhm.
explain a little bit. So just for anybody that didn't understand what I was holding up first.
Okay.
So this is, geez, this is mad. There you
Hmm.
go. You can see it there. So this is
Yeah.
a project by Akil Davidson of Wreckx-n-Effect, and
Hmm.
it's called Emperor, Empera,
Hmm.
and it's on Akil's label Control Records. So
Hmm.
that is a little bit of the history. Akil, carry on. What were you saying, man?
Yeah. So that project was done. One, it was really considered a mixtape. It was a precursor to an album that was to come. And I called it a mixtape at the time, even though traditionally mixtapes was done using other people's music. It was all original music. But the project was based on, I just went through this space where I wanted to represent more than just what I was expected to do as an artist. And that was my way of expressing that at the time. There was literally like a time where, some family members, one of my cousins, God bless him, Big Al would be like, Rex this, Rex that. And I always had this thing like, it's so much more creatively that I have in me to express. And I just felt like there was no room to do that because, no one was willing to listen beyond their expectations of me. And I read this book that my nephew bought me by Russell Simmons one year. I think it was called Life After Death. And he was talking about not only his backstory, but the building of Def Jam, and how and what gave Def Jam artists that, like, they had dug a ditch for themselves in the hearts and minds of people. Like, all of those artists were like household names.
Yeah.
Mark, we talking about the Emperor Project. VJ
Okay.
asked me a question about the Emperor Project and just the backstory of that. And so I was sharing with them that my intention at the time was to create a division between the expectations of being tied to, as Akil from Wreckx-n-Effect, and the expectations that came along with Wreckx-n-Effect, versus what else I have to offer as a creative that didn't necessarily reflect the energy of Wreckx-n-Effect. So that's what that whole thing. So my cousin at the time, like I was saying, God bless him, Al, be like, yo, what's up? Rex this, Rex that, da, da, da. And I'm like, I got so much more to offer outside of that, but I didn't necessarily feel like I had the welcome to do it. So when I read the book that I was speaking about with Russell, and he was talking about, what how his thought process concerning Def Jam artists historically, it
Uh-huh.
made me realize some things that I had yet to do. And one of those key things was, we came up as, obviously as Wreckx-n-Effect, but one thing that Gene and Teddy, their focus was on, not solely with us, but absolutely with us, maybe more so than anybody else, was seeing to it that we weren't products of our environment. Like, they did their best to see to it that our music represented something that was more certain than not to get us away from what our upbringing was, what our environment was like. It wasn't about showcasing none of that
Right.
dark shit that takes you
Right.
down. You know what I mean? It wasn't about none of that. And so this is where a lot of people got it confused, because in music, people tend to take, whatever you release first as gospel, like, this is who you are based
Yeah,
on what
yeah.
your
That's the
sound.
type of person you are. Yeah.
Yeah, they think that this is the type of person you are, not realizing that who we are and the type of people that we are and the type of people that's bringing us up. We don't, we're not from a background that represents the way this music makes you feel at all.
Mm-hmm.
But and that's strategically, that's for a reason, because the thing is, what does it take for us to win? What does it take for us to change this situation and put us in a better situation, not to promote this situation, that because that is, especially at that time, we didn't see how the hell is that going to help us. We whatever what we got to do. Okay, this is the music that's going to appeal to the masses. Well, how could we express ourselves doing something in such a way to where it's beneficial, and it appeals to more people outside of the scope of where we're from. And that was their thinking at the time. And I could see that obviously, in hindsight, and could have for many years now. But clearly that was their thinking. Let's put these kids on the straight and narrow musically in a way that's bigger than where we're from. And so what I realized, after reading that, the book, was that as helpful as that was, and as helpful as that sort of thinking is, the downside to that is that you never give people an opportunity for you to open your chest and let them see what's really inside, and see who you are as an individual, how you feel about things, and what makes you tick. What's your worldview, for real, outside of the music. And the thing with that is that without doing so, you could be Vanilla Ice. You know what I'm saying? Like you could create something, you could create a song, and you could create music that's bigger than you. But that music, it could be argued whether or not you can ever really, as a hip hop artist, really build a lasting career just doing stuff like that, without allowing people to feel really what you feel and connect with you on a deeper level. So for me, that project represented, you know what? Let me open up and let people feel. And I literally had to sit down with myself and say, you know what? Like, get super, super real with yourself and jot some things down about, not only just so you force it to the forefront of your mind about your upbringing, the things that you've experienced, how things that you've seen, how you feel about those things, just bullet points, where it became literally like a self-examination, a self analysis, if you will, to where for the first time, I had to confront myself on paper, like, yo, like, fuck professionalism by the numbers. This is the real shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is who you are. This is your life experience. This is how you feel about it. And now let's take that and channel that into your creativity and see what you get from that. And so that project was the culmination of that experience. So for me, the first time in my music, because I could sit down and do all of the right things in terms of the right ingredients in a song, and I've been trained to know what that sounds like and what that process is. But I had yet to experience what it feels like to say, I don't give a fuck if you like it or not. This is what's real to me. You know what I'm saying? And this is what's important to me. So it's not about chasing a hit, it's about chasing the truth. And so that project represented that experience for the first time. So that's why I say, regardless of, I got joints, obviously, y'all know, joints that, as far as the numbers and the amount of people it reached, that, that does what it does. But when it comes to the project that means the most, when I sit and listen to that, I hear something in it. I hear something in me that checks me even today to let me know, yo, if you ain't fucking with Holmes on that joint, you off your game. You know what I mean? Like, that's how that project makes me feel. I could listen to it, and even if I'm almost off even the slightest bit, I'm like, oh shit, this motherfucker here, he on one on this project. So I gotta, you know what I mean? So I'm so thankful for that process, because I know that I could rely on that. I haven't had to do that But I've listened and I know I've told myself that, like, damn, yo, you was in your bag. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
so you better make sure that when you pull out, this is, you know what I mean? Like, this is how you shoot in terms of intensity, in terms of truth, in terms of what you're communicating. So that became as a lasting marker for me to govern myself by creatively, where I know all of the important elements of being an artist is packed into that. The most important things are packed into that. So that's what that project represents. I pulled that shit off a couple of years back. I pulled it off of streaming, so you can't get it there. Because
No.
I said, no. This shit ain't just sitting here in cyberspace because it ain't being promoted and none of that. I ain't doing none of that. It's too much good stuff that could be revisited. You know what I'm saying? That I can revisit on today's terms, and we could, package that and do something, you know what I mean? Take that further, give it a stronger platform than what I was able to do at the time on my own. It deserves a better platform. So you can't access that like you could, some years ago.
I wanted to thank you. When we talked about that at the time, I think it might have been around 2006.
Uh-huh.
You reminded me, whether you intended to or not, to live in the present. And
Mm-hmm.
it was such a great lesson for me, and not
Mm-hmm.
necessarily a lesson, but a reminder.
Mm-hmm.
There, so I must have made reference to Akil Davidson, the former member of Wreckx-n-Effect, how things used to be. And you said, nah, man, I'm still doing my thing. I'm doing the Emperor project. And you went into one about this project. And you're like, no. And this project is as important to me as any other project I've done before. And the way
Mm-hmm.
you presented that was very interesting, because it's important that we live in the present, right?
Right.
So thank you for that. I just wanted to say that.
Mm-hmm.
Are,
Mm-hmm.
are you still in touch with Gypsy Flesh, who changed to Gypsy King, and everybody else that was on Control Records? How are they
You
all
know,
doing?
yeah, a few, everybody, there's a few friends that were alive at the time that are not now, but she's great. She's a mom. She, the artist thing, she kind of set it to the side, when the family thing evolved for her. And she's such a hands-on, one of those moms that really like pour it in. There's nothing more important than her pouring into her children. Like, she's really, really about it and great at it. So when that, as that took form over the years, the music started taking a back seat. But we keep in touch, just tap in to see, how you doing, how's the family, that sort of thing, and all
Nice,
of that,
man.
And wonderful talent, regardless of what, wonderful talent. I got joints on her that I'm ready, little she know, I'm ready to holler at her. Like, listen,
Yeah.
whether you doing something or not, this music is timeless. So, you know what I mean? Would you mind if I da 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 da? You know what I mean? And at least present it, let people experience it, man. That can't hurt nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. And Markel, we were talking about this just before you joined. We were going to present things, try to be as chronological as possible, just so that we are in some kind of system. There's a lot of questions, so I'm going to try to keep them brief, and we'll try and keep it moving as much as possible. So, first question, somebody's asked, a guy called Brent has asked, on the debut LP, not the EP, what was the process like for creating the songs? As far as what you would do, what Teddy would do, were there others helping with lyrics or beats like Redhead, etc.?
Well, well, it was more than just Redhead and Teddy. It was Dave Way. I mean Dave DJ was one of the producers on there. So the process is whoever came up with a track that we like and that we were vibing with, or if we came up with an idea, we'd pitch it to one of the producers and they'd come across. Well, Arkell's a producer, like a programmer himself, but we'll pitch it and then we'll go from there as far as like what we're gonna do with it. Like take for instance, my cutie. I'm a big fan of Bismarck. So my thing is that I wanted to do something off of something that he did. And that's how I came up with the idea of doing My Cutie off of what's that track? That's not Make the Music? That's not Make the Music.
Yep.
Yeah, it is Make the Music.
Yes, Make the Music. Yep.
So yeah, I want to do My Cutie. Well, I want to do something off of that, and we all came up with the idea of My Cutie.
Now, are you hold up a minute, Mark, because it sounds like VJ, were you talking about the first Wreckx-n-Effect LP
I thought
or
you
the
talking
second?
about
The LP.
Because Mark,
So,
you referring to the second. You referring to Hard to Smooth. He's
yeah.
asking about the Redhead record that we did, our first album.
man. I'm so out of touch
This
with
one.
that.
Can you see that?
Yeah. That's the first album. Yeah, Redhead.
Oh, a Juicy,
Yeah,
not
New Jack
one.
Swing album. I
New
call
Jack
it
Swing.
because yeah, we should have gave that album. That was Gene and them, man. They just like branded Wreckx-n-Effect. Wow. We should have gave that joint. I always call it the
New Jack
New
Swing
Jack
album.
Swing album. Just like I
Yeah.
call Hard to Smooth the Rump Shaker album.
It makes sense.
Yeah, I mean it makes sense. But yeah, Redhead is responsible for 97% of that first album in terms of the production. And Teddy did the 3 songs. He did New Jack Swing, obviously, Juicy and Deep. But Redhead would come and get us from he would pick us up from St. Nick and take us out the Hillside studio. And we would record out in Jersey in Inglewood in Hillside studio with Dave Bennett, the brother of Tony Bennett, was the engineer. And so Dave Bennett, did that whole project with us, minus the songs that Dave Way engineered. That was the stuff that Teddy did.
Yeah.
Dave Bennett had the studio at the time. Hillside was in the lower level of his home, and we would go out there.
Which is a beautiful house, man.
Yeah, it was beautiful. It was amazing.
Man.
And that's where the Biz Boys, Scoop Rock and them, they would go out with us at sessions and stuff. They would be out there at times as well, because I think they was working out there too. So, yeah, so Red would come and get us, to answer that question. And we would go out there and just vibe out. Most of the time, Red would have tracks that he had been working on at home. And then by the time we get to the studio, he'll bring it up. Yo, I got da-da-da-da-da. I got this. What you think about this? Peanut butter. You know what I mean? And I'll come up with my lyrics for it and then just, go in the booth and lay it down. So that project was more like, it was perhaps the most kids vibing experience that we had. You know what I mean? Just energies, just connecting as kids, like us just like, yo, we gonna do what we feel, we going in there. And then, the joints that made the cut, that Teddy heard and that made the cut, they made the cut. And ones that didn't, they just did.
We were going to ask you later, but seeing as you brought up Redhead,
mm-hmm.
Where are these 2 individuals? I mean, I was in touch with Redhead maybe 20 years ago, 15, 20 years ago. I haven't spoken to him in a long time. Where is Redhead and where is Zan the man? What are they doing? Where are they?
Well, I'm in touch with Red. I spoke to Red this morning. I spoke to Red this morning. We in touch, man. We got reconnected. We never really lost touch, but we go through these spats of silence, and then we like, yo, we tapping in. We got a funny running phrase for one another. We call each other what up, 2-Bit? We got this from this experience. God bless him. Floyd Norris that passed a few years back. We got this running joke about, we refer to each other as 2-Bit producers, what up, 2-Bit? What up, 2-Bit? That sort of thing. So, but he's great, man. I mean, Red is phenomenal. He's still, like I hear his music, man, and it just like, it's, I slept on this for many, many years, not realizing the synergy of our connection, because Red sent me a body of work. Let's say it was 13 songs, 13, instrumentals. And all of those joints, I heard something for him. And the only one that I didn't, I liked it. It just sounded like it wasn't for me. But it wasn't that. It wasn't hot too. It just sounded like it was fit for somebody else. So Red is dope. I mean, I've always respected his ear. He's an amazing producer. He's an excellent student of his craft as a producer, and he's somebody that you don't have to micromanage, because some of these guys, we may connect with this one or that one, but you kind of gotta. And I know other people like that too. My guy Tramp is the same way from Lady and the Tramp. Certain people are just so proficient at what they do. You don't need to micromanage them. So Red is great, and
Can I say
his
this
music,
about Red before you go anymore? Red is
yeah,
for real before Pharrell.
huh?
Red
Wow.
is for real before
Oh yeah, yeah,
Pharrell.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes, that's a
You know
great
what I'm
that's
saying?
a great way to put it. Mm-hmm.
Man, Red was a super producer as an amateur producer. He just I don't know what blocked him. I don't know who blocked him, or but he should be named as one of those producers that would have been working with this person, that person. He was super.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all I really want to say is that
Yeah.
that's my credit for Red.
But
I
is
Now
he
that's
off
good.
grid? Is he
Yeah.
happy off grid? I'm not involved in music anymore, or does he still want to be out? Or
Red, he's well. According, I stay pushing him. I mess with him all the time. I'm gonna get you out that house. You coming out? I mess with Red all the time. Yo, you coming out, Red?
yeah, man.
Like, come on, man. Like, listen. But as far as his music, he's never gonna stop. His music. He's gonna. God knows the different people that he's working with. I'm sure. He got his network of people that he's been doing beats for over the years. Some more popular than others. That sort of a thing. So it's not like he certainly isn't stagnant. He certainly is plugged into his process, into his gift. So far as him being an artist, I heard a song from him that's phenomenal that he refuses to use it. Like he's like, nah, nah, nah. I say, listen, Ray. First of all, that's a hit. I don't understand how you saying that you just not gonna use it. And maybe for him it was just exercise. But the song is just amazing. I heard this, it's just amazing. And it just blew my mind that he was still just as steadfast as not being interested in commercially releasing the joint. But that's Red. So he's great. I have no idea. Zan, I don't even know anybody that's connected to Zan, on today's terms. So I can't answer that, but Red is strong.
I I asked, I can't remember, definitely had a chat with Big Al. Rest in peace, man. You mentioned him earlier.
Yeah, my cousin, yeah.
There's, well, firstly about Big Al, there's nobody in that world from back in the day that was more passionate about New Jack Swing than that boy. That boy was
Yeah.
just like
Yeah.
different level, man. He's just,
There was nobody more passionate about Wreckx-n-Effect than Al.
yeah, man. He was so excitable about when he just what a great guy, man. But
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I think he was saying about I asked him and a couple of people, what is the best New Jack Swing album that they've ever heard? And I think it was Big Al that said this. He said the unreleased Redhead Kingpin album.
Mhm.
And he said it's better than the Guy albums. It's better than the Rex stuff, the Redhead Kingpin stuff. And he wasn't trying to be disrespectful to anybody. He just said it's so good, VJ. You have to listen to it. I said, so sort it out, hook it up, make it happen. Let me listen to it. And then that never happened. And then, but one day, hopefully, I get to hear this mystery Redhead Kingpin album because him as a producer, different planet, man. This Redhead man, like he
Yeah.
did this remix for Gerald Levert. I Want to Be Bad Tonight with who did he do it with? I think Herb Middleton or something. Fantastic track, man. That remix was crazy, man. So tell him hello from us, and tell him to come back. All is forgiven.
Yeah.
All is
Yeah.
forgiven.
Yeah.
uh,
You're gonna encourage him. You're gonna push him and encourage him. Like, come on, Red.
um, the question I had was during the battle between Kumo D and LL Cool J.
Mhm.
Markel, you guys, whose side were you guys on? Because Teddy was the guy behind Kumo D. You guys were big fans of LL from I Need Love. I mean, how did you guys see those battles back in the day?
I mean, if you go from a Harlem standpoint, of course, man, I'm going with Kumo D. But if you're going as far as like music, who stand out the most commercially, LL is more of a standout artist than Kumo D. Lyrically, like Kumo D, I put Kumo D with KRS One. They more like professors of rap. You know, they're just not gonna, they're not just gonna, they're not gonna say cars riding around with the booming system or big old butt type of music. You know what I'm saying? And for me, LL is my type of rapper. Kumo D is my big bro.
Mm.
You know, I'm never gonna go against him, but I'm not gonna choose a side on that because I'm, you know, Kumo D gave me go see the doctor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Yeah, go see the doctor. It's crazy.
You know, the world would never really hear that the way we heard it.
Mm-hmm.
But the same thing is the world heard Round the Way Girl. You know, all those commercial hits that LL gets. So if it's a New York thing, I would say it's a tie to me. But if it's a world thing, LL got that hands down.
But
Yeah.
then during the battle, because Teddy was doing, Death Blow and Goes to the Doctor and Wild Wild West, um, and I work. I mean, sorry, not at work. How You Like Me Now and stuff.
Yeah.
Did I guess you weren't officially in that camp then? Like, yeah, we've got this one. This is gonna.
No, we was in the camp. We was affiliated with it as far as like being involved with being Teddy's brothers. But I mean, it's not like it came to blows and we had to choose sides now.
Yeah.
So
You,
it,
you
it, it's a rap thing. I mean, if I lost something, I would expect for my brothers to tell me, "Hey, man, yo, you need to go back and do something else." You know, LL repeatedly battled and battled and battled. Like Mo D battled Busy B. To me, I think he got it in on Busy. You know, uh he battled LL and that stopped right there. You know what I'm saying? Then his commercial career started and exploded.
Uh,
LL was battling everybody. I mean, from generation to generation. It
okay,
just didn't stop at Mo D. He had cannabis. He had
okay, yeah, yeah,
iced tea. You know what I'm saying? He was going at any and everybody.
okay.
know
So
the my 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 take on that is kind of interesting because I'm junior high school at the time, and when their rivalry was going on, I was clearly, obviously, just time wise, I was introduced to, like Mark said, to go see the doctor stuff and all of this. Like everything that Mo D was doing was like, it was clearly moving us. Like it was like he had the streets, like the stuff that he was doing. When LL came along, and this is as a young MC, this is what I heard. I heard somebody that's influenced by Kool Mo D.
Mm,
Like, say for example, Kool Mo D, hands down, for me, he made me feel like as a kid, it's cool to be smart.
mm-hmm.
It's cool to have a vocabulary. Kool
mm,
Mo D is single-handedly responsible for that for me as a kid because I would listen to him and say, damn man, this guy, he got all these, he used all of these words and da 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 da. And that made me curious to, I would read the dictionary and shit. My
mm.
family had the encyclopedias in the hallway, and so I'm just, it just kind of clicked with my personality.
Mm,
So to see him as a rapper doing that, it made me feel like, well, that became a marker of excellence. Like, just, if if you're going to do this, then, you know, these are some of the things in terms of his impact that you may want to represent yourself and doing your own thing. These are things to look towards. So I was hardcore Kool Moe Dee in terms of their rivalry. And me and Butter laugh at this, you know, because I would bring up, oh, you know, but Moe Dee said da 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 da. And we would go to I remember going to school, we'd make up all kind of bullshit rumors about, yeah, Moe Dee went to LL house and stole the Kangos. That's how the Kango got to the just kids, don't we just making up all kind of stupid shit just to have rumors floating around junior high school. Yeah, you see Moe Dee got the Kango under the Jeep, da 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 da. So in their rivalry, as much as I was with Kool Moe Dee and I wanted Kool Moe Dee to win, I was a big fan of Let's Go. Like I just felt like, nah, Kool Moe Dee gotta come out victorious in this thing. Here's the interesting thing that occurred. And I shared this with Mo one time we was on the road, because Mo was like, you know, I never understood, how people say LL won that. I said, Mo, this is the thing that you got to look at. More so than what LL said, it was a changing of the guards was happening. And so I'm closer in age to LL. I'm like 5 years behind LL, but L is 5 years after Mo. Wow. You see what I mean? And so it really was, it was almost safe to say this is really not a fair matchup, because regardless of whether he got better lyrics than you or not, the energy that he's ushering in is going to reach a younger demographic simply because he's in touch with that younger spirit. So it ain't even so much about what he says, it's how he say it that's going to carry us. And that's really what happened. So, Mo be like, oh, but all he said was da 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 da. Yeah, but how he said that shit though was like, you know what I mean?
Energy he had behind that.
Huh?
I said the energy he had behind everything he did. And his movement, it's like everything with him, man.
Wow.
Yeah, and that had more to do, in my opinion, by the time when L dropped that What Became Up to the Break of Dawn. Remember, he did the mixtape version of that joint, Mark. We had the mixtape version when that joint, What is a Panther? And he did it, I don't know if he was at Rooftop or somewhere when he did that joint, but he did it on the streets first as a mixtape before he did the actual record called To the Break of Dawn. And it was just this charismatic thing that was in spirit that he had that was reaching and reachable to a younger demographic than Mo Dee's presentation wasn't that demographic. You know what I'm saying? Like his skill set is undeniable and his offering is undeniable. It's things that I listen to that he doing. Like I said, even as a kid, I was able to tell that, hold up a minute. It ain't no way in hell, even with the name, that LL Cool J is not inspired by Kool Moe Dee. When you listen to My Radio and the lyrics in My Radio, and you listen to some of the vocabulary that L is using in his earlier works, I'm like, oh, he's damn sure doing the Kool Moe Dee thing. He's just doing like a younger version of the Kool Moe Dee thing. Yeah. I picked that up off the rip. You know what I mean? So it's all I'm saying is that it's very difficult when you going up against a younger demographic, because they have the advantage of being in tune with the pulse of the energy that moves that younger demographic more so than what you do, simply because they plugged into it and you're not necessarily plugged into that element anymore. And that time, I think, was just enough of a difference to kind of, by the time L did that mixtape thing, man, that, he did that What is a Panther, that Rooftop and all of that, that shit just blew the streets away.
What about what I'm saying? Kool Moe Dee's Death Flow? Did that not, I mean...
Nah, and none of that. Let me tell you something. When L did, and I still got that mixtape. I got that mixtape when that joint dropped. And B, Mark, you remember B Brandon? When I say B, I'm talking about Brandon. What is a panther? An animal that kills. I'm like a
Yeah.
shark with blood coming out the gills. It's just this fly shit about it. You know what I mean? It ain't even about, because if you go lyric for lyric, you're not going to be able to compare the potency of what Mo D says to what LL says. The potency is going to be on Mo D's side, but the potency doesn't matter as much if the charisma, if you're going to be out charisma. It's kind of like this. I used to point this out about Biz Markie. I said, you play with Biz Markie if you want. I don't give a fuck how dope of an MC you are. He's going to do something in such a way that's going to win people over. And you got to be mindful of that. There's more to it than how dope you are lyrically, is your ability to connect with people. And so if someone has the ability to connect because they're charismatic in their approach and all of that, that will sonically outweigh you if you're not doing what you do in such a way that it draws people in as well. And maybe, I'm not absolutely sure that that Mo was, cognizant, or not, maybe he was cognizant of it. I wouldn't go as far as saying that he wasn't, but I don't think that was much of a concern factor of his, more than him being the supreme lyricist that he is. You know what I mean? Like, he's hands down, the guy's a supreme lyricist. Even when you listen to some of the stuff that LL did with Brenda Got a Big Old Butt, you can listen to Go See the Doctor, and the blueprint to how you make a rap and just kind of talk them through a situation is all in Go See the Doctor. And so when you listen to some of the let me just talk to you stuff that L do, yo man, Mo is responsible for the blueprint to this stuff, but it's being done by a younger demographic at the time. So it's tough. You fighting the changing of the guards, man. You're up against that.
But you guys had access because Teddy was doing the beats and production. Did you guys get to ask Teddy, can we meet Mo D and at the time, or where did you guys connect with Mo D?
You ain't some of these people that like Kumo D, Dougie Fresh, they just Harlem Nights. You know what I'm saying? You'll see them. You ain't have to ask them to meet them.
We see them. They come through. We see them. We from the same neighborhood.
I'll be honest with you, Mo D lived two or three avenues across from us. He was up on the hill all the time.
Ooh, yeah.
So it's not, I went to the same school Dougie Fresh and Teddy graduated from on the east side. So it's Harlem is big, but it's small at the same time. You know what I'm saying? So you'll run into all these people that, especially like them now, when it came down to like when Teddy was working with Big Daddy Kane, I get the job done. They was at a studio downtown. I don't know what studio. So you'll probably be like, yo, is it all right if we come down there and yeah, come on down. That type of stuff. Yeah.
Next question for you, Markel. What was your main role in the early days on the first EP and on the EP and the first LP? Sorry, yeah.
Well, I was more of a DJ then. So my role was as more of a DJ hype man. The first EP, it was Arkell and Keith KC as rappers, and pretty much Keith KC was there to he already had his foot in the door. He already knew the format of doing music and making records. So he was pretty much there to help groom us into doing what we do.
I didn't see it like that, Mark. That wasn't my view. I said that wasn't my view on it. I always felt that KC was there because he had without a doubt, KC's presence was always impeccable. Like, he had a great presence. And I just felt that Teddy's view and what he felt that we should represent as a collective concerning our music required that. And I know at the time, it don't take much to go back and listen to I Need Money my little, my little voice going through his development process didn't hold on a sec, let me end this. Send a voicemail. Yeah, my little voice going through its process clearly didn't represent that, in his mind, that readiness. I personally thought so. I wish I could find that first demo that me and him did off of We Got Our Own Thing. I think that shit was amazing. I went ape shit on that joint. And I wish I could find that tape, and it ain't necessarily out the woods that I won't be able to find it. But I'm not sure. It's not looking good because I found a lot of stuff, but I ain't find that. And for whatever reason, we never even spoke about why. I mean, it was the first complete song. That was the first music that Teddy passed to me. And it was different than the We Got Our Own Thing that
Heavy
did.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is that in my mind, I think we had, if Teddy left us to just do us, to be the kids group that we were and do us, I personally think that we were just fine. Because I wasn't ever listening to KC from a vantage point of, oh, I'm trying to learn anything. I didn't necessarily get that from him.
No, I'm not saying like
the thing that stood out to me, the thing that I was more so attentive to was him having experience doing shows and stuff like that. Okay, this is somebody that he know what it's like to to be out here and doing the show. I just think that sonically we had a different once again, we just dealt with this with the Mo DL thing. It's a younger demographic coming along. So I'm not even hearing anything that personally I feel like I want to connect to in terms of I want to do something like that. I just respect that as his presentation and it works. He knows how to do that and it works well for him. But I didn't necessarily feel like this is, this is the way, this is the direction that we're moving in, or that he's trying to help us get there. Because if that were the case, it damn sure wasn't connecting like that for me. So I want to point that out because, it's important to me as a creative, because when that is the case, I don't have a problem saying it, because those people do exist that represent markers of, okay, boom, this person here, we could go down the list of people, be it what Ra represents. We just spoke about Mo, what L represents, da 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 da. Those people absolutely exist. But as far as that, I'm just saying, I just wanted to chime in so that's not taken out of context to represent something. I personally think this, and I don't mind saying it, because KC is a homie. Like I fucks with that dude. Like he's a solid dude. Like KC is solid. And I love that about him as a person. So my connection with him, for me, is bigger than music. So it's important to me to, for one, put that in perspective, but also keep it a buck concerning the music thing. The music thing, I think that was a mistake on Teddy's part. He was doing his best to connect us with what he felt would package us best. So I don't hold that against him because it was all in good. It was all in great intentions. But if you look at the process, the synergy of the three of us, it wasn't but a year later till it came back to that.
Mm-hmm.
It came back to that on the heels of a song that KC came to my house and wanted me to get on the song with him. I never liked the fact that thing occurred. I know I did, and I'm pretty much on the same page, but I would speak for myself. I didn't like the fact that anybody, as I would think that, I'm not ready enough to do something. So my quiet time, I'd be upstairs like a mad scientist, like well, what is it about my presentation? Let me you know what I mean? I know my voice, I can't force my voice to develop into what it's going to become any sooner. So I would be upstairs just experimenting. Blah, 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 blah. I'm trying different shit, different presentations. I'm listening to great presentations like Daddy O. You know what I mean? KC has a great presentation too. But I'm listening to, okay, well, what makes these people so, so prominent. When they come on, they're unmistakable. So my thing was, I got to the point where I'm like, all right, well, listen, if I can't force my voice to develop into we all know that it developed into, what I can do is make sure that when I get on this mic, you're going to know I'm here. So when you listen to the New Jack Swing album and you hear that, when you hear Peanut Butter and you hear Wipe Your Sweat and Leave the Mic Smoking, that's a young dude that's saying to himself, fuck this shit. You gonna know that I'm in the building regardless of my age, regardless of whatever. You gonna feel my presence because I can't help nothing else. And you're not gonna push me aside. I'm gonna make you realize that I'm here. But when you hear that level of aggression, it's because it's compensating for the lack of development in my natural sound. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? And so when you listen to that, that's what you're hearing. So when KC came to my house one day and he wanted to do a song called Playtime Is Over, I was at that point and I had developed this verbose, I'm here. And so when you listen to those songs, that's what I was representing on that demo. Mm-hmm. What I didn't know was KC was going, because I wasn't thinking about it after I did what I had to do. KC took that demo and let Teddy hear it. I had no idea that he did that. I wasn't even thinking about it. And we went down to Soundtracks one day, Soundworks one day, me, you, and Brandon. And we was talking about whatever it was in that little lounge area. Mark, you remember that? The little thing you have to step up a couple of steps.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like in the lounge area in Soundworks out in the front. And Teddy said, based on the conversation that we was having, he was like, yo, you know who need to do the rapping, the lead rapping now? And we was like, who? He said, you. I heard that joint that you did with da-da-da-da, with KC, da-da-da.
Yeah. What it is, like, it's not, what I was trying to say is not, it's not like, it was taking something to make Teddy believe that we had what it would take.
Yeah. That's true.
To be in the forefront.
Mm-hmm.
So, and Keith KC was that person to push.
Mm-hmm.
Push us, not develop us, but push us. Well, push All Kill as a rapper at the time, because the development started with All Kill. Like I said, me and huh?
You still have the outfits? I can't see it. Can you?
I wish I did, man.
I found mine. I found mine.
Yeah, this dude got everything, man.
Huh?
We did a show. We did a show. California. He comes up with a leather hoodie from 90 something. I'm like, yo, where you get that from?
Yeah. Word,
that shit you remember us having this?
My mom's put that shit away. That was 90. I think that was 93. We did the MTV New Year Awards or some shit. We came out on the New Year.
Yeah,
that's when you did the booker boom, pump the bass, turn up the treble. It's Miggity Mark, turn the volume up another level, and you had the black joint on.
Yeah.
I forgot I had that
stuff, man. I know I can't. He could fit his. I can't.
Hey, Markel. Akil mentioned about Daddy-O. Was there rivalry with you guys and Stetsasonic?
Yo, you know what? I'm going to say a little bit about, yes, it was. And I'm just going to say a little bit because I promised myself that I'm going to have this conversation with Daddy-O in detail. We laugh about it over the years now. But they mistook something that I said as a diss on the New Jack Swing album because I mentioned their name. And what I'm not going to go into right now is because I got this thing, like if I'll say it, I want to say it to that person first, and then we could talk about it publicly after that. But I want to make sure that he knows first and foremost, because we never unpacked it. We only dealt with the surface idea of, yo, da-da-da-da-da. Well, y'all said this, and And so we said that, da 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 da. What I will touch on is this, because this is public. We went through this together. Me, Mark B, and my man Latif, and our boy Latif, another Posse Deep member, and I forget whoever else was with us down there, but it wasn't but a handful of us. And we ran into Daddy O at the Marriott, and Daddy O mentioned like, "Yo, you want to take it?" He's like, "Yo, Wreckx-n-Effect, what's up with that? Da 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 da. Y'all want to take it to the big stage?" And B was B was a firecracker. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He'd take some shit out of proportion in a minute. Now, as an MC, honestly speaking, as an MC, I immediately knew what Daddy O was getting at. But B had already blew a gasket. And my puppy power ass was always with the shits. So if I see him blow a gasket, then I ain't even think, fuck the logic. We on that time now. Let's do it. You know what I mean? That would always be my thing, And but honestly speaking, off the rip, he said, y'all want to take it to the big stage. Okay, he's communicating. Do we want to have, some sort of rap rivalry? He's talking about rapping and this, this is music shit. B had already blew a gasket. What you mean? Da, 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 da. And next thing you know, Daddy O now has to stand his ground as a man. And so now we are on, we chest to chest with it about something that his remark really had nothing to fucking do with, really. You know what I mean? But now we on that time because aggression has entered the picture. I tell you a funny backstory, Mark. You may remember this. I forget where we were traveling to, but we were overseas. We went into the duty-free shop. And me, Mark B, we step into the duty-free shop, and I wanted to buy some cologne. And the salesman says, the toilet water, da 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 da. He said something like that, right? I think some French accent, some shit. B said, "What? Your mother's toilet water?" I said, "No, B. The toilet water is, he's saying the toilet. He's talking about the cologne. Like he ain't been." But my point is that he would be so quick to blow a fuse and not understand what it. But I caught that when I was like, "Nah, B. He not saying toilet water like that. He's referring that's a term that they use for a form of cologne spray. There's certain types." Toilet water, he's referring to that. But that was Brandon's spirit. You know what I mean? He would he would just fly off the handle with things at times. And so, just the whole point is that, so yes, there was a rivalry, and and they came back and said some things and all of that. And but we, over the years we got, Daddy O was working at MCA, so we end up getting close and laughing about a lot of that stuff, man, and just talking about it. So we're gonna have to revisit that, because I damn sure been telling myself, let me get on the phone with Daddy O and give him some insight to that I never shared with him. That's gonna make him go, oh shit, damn. I mean, I didn't, I had no idea. So I'm looking forward to that.
Well, this interview might clear that up.
Yeah,
some of what you've just said might clear that up.
I really want to, not, and you know why? Because it also involves another party that I'm damn sure not going to mention them on, in this interview, because the miscommunication, you know what I mean, is a three-way. I'm not doing it here. Y'all gotta bear with me. Y'all gotta bear with me.
Markel, there was a question for you. So, Do the Right Thing by Redhead Kingpin. It's production credits by Markel Riley and Redhead Kingpin, and mixing credits by Teddy Riley. How much was Teddy involved in that track, and why did that song not make it onto the Spike Lee film of the same name?
It's credited by me and Red, but that's 99.9% of Red. It's just me as an A&R at the time getting credit as production. Why did it not make it? Those choices was not mine, man. I those behind the scene, like Gene Griffin and Teddy Riley and Spike Lee have to answer those questions. Teddy, well, I'm gonna say Teddy anything that came through GR Productions, whether it was considered to be finished or not, Teddy added his little thing to it. So Mix, I guess he couldn't. He didn't want to take the production credit for it, so he just took the engineering credit, mixing.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I did hear that um, it was a choice between My Fantasy and Do the Right Thing, and Spike preferred My Fantasy, um, and picked that on the album.
It should have been Do the Right Thing though, because it fit more with the movie, with the topic of the movie.
Yeah.
You know, My Fantasy, it was a great song, but that's more like a boomerang soundtrack song. You
Did they
know,
use that in the movie though? At least though, the Redhead song, or was
I
it
don't
just
think
a
so.
single? So not in the
no,
movie or the
No.
soundtrack.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember it in
Damn,
the movie.
I didn't even remember that. Like you know, the song because of the title, I just automatically just always connected it with the and knew
yeah,
know that's what it
yeah.
was for.
But it was a
But that's
global
what
hit.
it was made for. That it was made for that
Right.
sound.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
But I remember it when I was in Nigeria. That's why Redhead is big globally in most African and European
Yeah,
countries, because that was a
yeah.
massive, massive
Fantastic
international
song.
hit. I don't know if it was big in the States. Was it big in the States?
That's why I say, that's why I say what I said earlier about comparing him to Pharrell.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Because they don't think on the same level as your typical producer rapper. You know, I didn't when I first heard Pharrell, I was like, what the hell is this? You know what I'm saying? Same thing with Redhead. I'm like, yo, this dude dance. He rapped just as good or probably better than Big Daddy Kane. He produced just as good as Teddy or he does it all. But what is this dude? He's an alien. So
Wow.
those dudes ain't from this earth, man. That's why I say Do the Right Thing was a special song. It should have been on there. If it was on there, it would have been bigger than what it was in
Mm.
America, because that movie was, as far as our culture, it was big.
Yeah. Yeah, it did
And
big international.
it would have got listened to more.
I think
Um,
sorry, go on.
okay.
Go on.
Oh, okay. No, I was thinking about um, we talk about rappers, and the first interview we had, you mentioned about learning from our kill, but you also mentioned learning from Nutter Butter.
Uh-huh.
What would you say? I mean, for those, I mean, I first heard him on the Date Blackstreet album and some other songs, but what can you tell people about Nutter Butter who haven't really seen him or didn't know about him?
Oh, he's a interesting guy, man. Nutter Butter was he's another unheard unsung artist that should have made it. We just I'm gonna say for Nut, we didn't pick the wrong song, we picked the wrong video concept.
Ah, that is, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
the video just didn't do it.
Were you
I
going
guess
after the puffy type
yeah, we were
sounding?
following the times. We were following the times, man. I'm not afraid to say any of that, man. We did that wrong. That wasn't nothing bad on Nut behalf, because he's a good creator, man. He's a good writer. He's a good performer. He's a good person. Period.
Yeah, freak
As
out.
far as far as music and life wise, but
What wasn't on them? I missed that. I'm sorry.
So they did
what
the
you mean?
video Freak Out, but it's the obvious that it was like a bad boy puffy type video, white
Yeah,
suits
Oh
and
yeah.
yellow suits and stuff.
man, that's Teddy.
And
Yeah, that's Teddy. Teddy he had these damn. Remember, Mark Teddy wanted to do his directorial debut and all of this shit.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Teddy be coming up with those ideas, man. He's so creative, man. He get these ideas sometime.
And
Of
then not only that, you if you're gonna do something like that, you got to use the people who created that style of artistry. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna go get uh uh Quincy Jones to do a New Jack Swing song for me. I'm gonna go get Teddy Riley. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Mhm.
So when he did that video, the production, the level of the quality, the level of the quality of that video wasn't good. It wasn't good. But I mean, the song was dope, but it just didn't get both sides. The video just didn't match the song.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
And with
what?
that, you had you guys went by the name of Anonymous. Why? Who came up with the idea Anonymous? And do you
Yeah,
guys think that was a good idea?
Well,
uh,
we
we
went with
went with yeah,
that was
yeah,
Teddy's idea to do that, and I think that it came from his concerns of the disappointing reception and process that we had recently went through a couple of years prior with New Generation. So his thinking was that the brand was, tarnished. It kind of came from that spirit. So because of that, like, don't let, I don't know, in hindsight, I don't think that it was the move for us to make because it really wasn't that serious. If anything, the song is great. People going to listen to music on today's terms. People don't, I don't even think any of us as beings have the power to decide that based on something that happened before. We just going to choose not to like something that's hot. You know what I mean? If it's hot on today's terms, then we're going to accept it as hot on today's term. I don't know what the hell he was thinking about before, but this one is it. You know what I mean? That sort of thing. Or not. It was hot before, but this one is not. So it's all music is always in the moment. So that really ultimately, looking back on it, it wasn't necessary, but it felt a little comforting of an idea at the time. But
Mhm.
when you lead yourself to believe that other people feel a sort of way based on what your outlook may be, it could cause you to make those kind of decisions. So, we went with it. It sounded like a plausible approach at the time, but it was certainly something that I regretted in hindsight because it's like, for one, I mean, if we're being shown in the video, that undoes the whole anonymous thing anyway. And all it's going to do is confuse people, leading them to believe that maybe we changed our name to anonymous, which would make no
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
So, but it was just, it was a whimsical thought, an idea that we went with. That's all that was.
All good. I wanted to show this to you. This. Sorry about this. Can you see that?
Ah,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
So this is. I
Mark,
can't.
you remember that day?
Oh man,
yeah.
I can't even get the angle right. Hold on.
We see it though.
Okay. So the question is, there's three questions with from a guy called Stuart. They're all kind of connected. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
first question, what's your favorite Latin Quarter memory story? Second question, what happened to all your Dapper Dan and Shirt King jackets?
Oh man.
And the third question is, what's your actually we'll ask that next one later, but your Latin Quarter story and your Dapper Dan shirt and Shirt King jackets, what happened to them?
Latin quarters. I don't have. I'll be honest with you. I never was a Latin quarters person. To be honest with you, I'm I'm more of a rooftop person. If we talking about like club wise or party place wise, uh, rooftop was mine. And I don't have a favorite because I was kind of young. Like Latin quarters was young for me. I could imagine for Arkell. Latin quarters was young for me.
Yeah.
Rooftop, I was young for rooftop. I was borderline young for rooftop because they used to sneak me in through the side door to get a rooftop.
Mm-hmm.
So all of that was fun because I got to see people on the street that was from the streets up in person up in there, and see all the young ladies that was my damn age, thinking that they was all way older than me, probably just a year older than me, sitting in there partying with all these dudes. So
Hmm.
my Dapper Dan stuff, I wish I had all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm
I
still
don't.
looking for
Yeah.
my I don't know, man. People mighty quiet about what the hell happened to my Fendi jacket. Yeah, and I don't know why. The only thing I could find is the tank top that went with it. from that
Nah,
video. You know what I mean? Like
I don't
I have
have none of
no
that.
idea. I have no idea where that is. And I'm certainly, that all that stuff, that I was too young for that in terms of Latin quarters. I ain't got no damn Latin quarter story.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I
that
don't.
wasn't
Yeah, I'm too
that
young
was
for Latin.
yeah,
Latin
that
quarters
wasn't
is like the early '80s, late '70s. I was no, I was. I don't have no. I don't even. No, I
yeah,
don't know nothing about Latin
No
quarters like
stories,
that.
no
yeah,
worries. But
yeah. I think a lot of times people because we came out so early, it
Yeah,
kind of
age
it
just a little
ages
bit.
you in the minds of people in
Yeah,
terms of what you were exposed to, not realizing that, you know, it's already, 88. It's going into the late 80s and we just getting started. And so, but anytime you just getting started based on what you do, it's like I lived most of my life with people thinking that I was older than my older brother simply because they looking at my lifestyle and thinking that, well, you must be the oldest if you're doing all of this. No, I'm not. I got an older brother. It's just that, my life happened to take off, based on these things, these factors. But,
hey,
you
people
know,
think I'm older than Teddy. That's crazy.
mm, mm.
And he be riding with that too.
Nah,
He ride with
that's
But
funny.
then I keep thinking about brothers. How come you weren't on the Blackstreet album, but your brother Idris was?
Because MCA was hating on me, man. They wouldn't let Blackstreet use my Make You Wet rap. And, so about that demo. But
Oh, what happened?
it
Okay.
was slated to be on there, but MCA would do blocking shit at the time, man. It's amazing. Like you get through a project, and by the time they get wind that you're on it, then they got something to say about just they did that with the whole with the Bobby Brown album. Rakim was supposed to be on that album as well. On that what's the name of that song that based off a Microphone Fiend beat?
One more chance? One more night?
yeah,
Yeah, one more night.
yeah, one
Yeah,
more night.
yeah. Rakim had a verse on that joint.
Are you
And
serious?
yeah, Rakim had a verse on it, and and I had a verse obviously on
That's
That's the
what
Way
love
Love
feels.
Is.
Yeah, that's what
So
love is. Yeah.
MCA had a problem with the both of us
What?
being on that album. They took Bob, you got to pick one.
What?
That's what that whole situation was about. And obviously Rakim shit was fire. I'm thankful that Bobby and Tommy, God bless them, they elected to use me, you know what I mean, to go with the song that I was on. But I remember when that shit hit the table and I was like, okay, well, MCA starting their shit again. And chances are, they gonna pick Rock, and to be on
But
the project, it's Rock. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't even feel no way about it.
yeah,
But they
I look at
just,
it like, I
you know,
look at it like, at that time, rap wasn't as popular as it was. You know, rap was still being shunned upon. So too much of it would take away from being an R&B artist.
mm,
So they, if you look at albums back then, if they had a rapper on it, it wasn't more than one.
Mm.
mm,
So to get one on there, you had to be lucky. And if that one had to be like Heavy D. It had to be like it couldn't be no goddamn Easy E.
Yeah, I
You know
know.
what I'm saying? It had to be somebody who was commercially
Commercial, yeah, because Heavy has been on Michael
successful.
and Janet
It
and
could be
Guy.
LL, but it couldn't be Busta Rhyme at the time because he was just too hard and gritty.
mm,
So um
Wow.
um rap or radio wouldn't play it. And if radio if a label had got caught wind of a radio station not playing a song because it had this person and what type of person he represent, or they think he represent, they're not gonna play it. They're not the label is just not gonna mess with it. Now you can put anything on a record.
One More Night is one of my top five all-time favorite songs, and I can't begin to imagine that Rakim had a verse on that
yes,
on
he
that.
did. I heard it.
crazy.
And Rakim absolutely had it. That shit was banging in the A room. Rakim verse. Rakim had a verse on that song, and MCA
Why didn't
and
they
they,
keep it as a single then? Because for the remix or
you know,
they didn't think like that?
I don't know. Their thinking could have been in line with what Markel is sharing. I never thought about that point of view. I mean, it's certainly true that the climate was different at the time and their reasons and the decision makers that were in position. But the thing about that experience that's unique is that they left it up to uh, Bobby's camp, Bobby and Tommy. Again,
Wow.
God bless Tommy, man. Tommy was a cool dude.
Tommy was a real cool
Yeah,
dude.
man. It's just great, man. Him and Bobby.
Tommy was cool and funny, man.
Yep. But they I do remember that much though, that it was up to them to decide which one, but they couldn't have both, sort of a situation. So that's
That
how that's the way Love Is ended up being the choice.
that
Because
should
it
have been a first single though. You know that. That should
huh?
have been that should have been a
MCA
first
messed up.
single.
MCA messed up big time on that album.
That's completely 10 times better than Humping Around.
Humping Around wasn't the one, man.
And you guys had just done I mean, you guys had done Rum Shaker, so that should have been the
Mm.
first single. That's the best single as a straight out the back, Bobby Brown featuring Wreckx-n-Effect. That would have should have been the first single. And I know Teddy probably wasn't happy that he did half the album and he had the third and fourth single. And even the fifth single, Something in Common, was a remix by L.A. Reid. So I think that was just a slap in the face. But um, were you guys around during the whole recording of that album?
Oh yeah. They actually rented a house for Bobby. Bobby didn't want to stay there, so we took the house. You remember that, Markel?
Now I forgot about that. But I just
Yeah.
remember being around for that whole project. Like Bobby album, the recording of the Bobby album felt like this is, like a Future Records project. Like
Yeah.
it, this song to that song, and it's being in the studio with him and getting to, just having that personable experience, man. It's like, you know, those are the sort of artists that you just enjoy being around, man. Just like Bobby's he's just regular. And I just love that. You know what I mean? Like that when you encounter people that's just they just
Just like you
authentic.
can walk out your building and bump and be
Yeah,
like, yo,
they
what's up,
just
Bob?
authentic, man. I mean, it's like, yeah, like basically like they from where you from and y'all know
Yeah.
y'all ain't grow up together at all, but the energies just connect like we from the same space. And it's
Mm-hmm.
like, listen, it ain't no, I ain't putting on no pretense, nothing. This is just me,
Wow.
and you get that from certain people.
Was
And
Whitney
Bobby's
there?
certainly one of those people that I've encountered in my lifetime, artist wise, where ain't no industry shit about him, man. He just Bobby.
But was Whitney around during that time as well, though?
Yeah, she came around. She
I
came
didn't see,
around.
I wasn't around whenever those times when that happened. The time that I remember most being around Whitney was the recording of that video. But obviously, like Mark said, she was around. It's just times,
She was
sometimes
at
you
the Future
present.
Studio in Kenya. She came around. She came around a lot.
Mm.
Uh, while they was recording that song though, not like she wasn't around through the whole
Oh,
process of
album.
the
Hmm.
album, but recording that song, we got something in common.
Mm.
Yeah, she was there.
But
And
the crazy thing is, yeah, you was gonna say something, Mark?
no. Whitney was a sweetheart too, man.
Yeah,
She
that
was a
much I do
sweetheart.
know. She those two were my mental muse, if you will, for
Wow.
those lyrics on that song on the rap. Man, I never shared
Mm.
that with Bobby, but that's what I was thinking of those two, just like considering their relationship. So
Wow.
they became the muse as I was thinking of what I wanted to say on that. And
You
that's,
know, I love their relationship too, man. That joint was hard, but that joint was loving, man.
yeah, man, that joint
You could
was like,
tell that they loved each other, man.
yeah, that was the purest form, man. That's like,
Yeah.
that's what love do right there. That's the way love
Mhm.
is for real.
And speaking of Bobby, you had a track on. So you see this angle is just driving me mad. I tell you, this is
That's a white label right there, huh?
this is the promo cassette for Hard or Smooth. There's
Okay.
two, there's two versions of this cassette. On one version, you've got the tracks as you know them as they came out, but then there's also this cassette where the just in between Easy Come Easy Go and Hard and Smooth, there's a track called Project Scenario.
Hmm.
So I understand that Akil, you recorded "That's the Way Love Is" for Bobby's album, and
Hmm.
Bobby thought these guys are in the next studio next door. I think I'll cut a track for them as well. So
Hmm.
Bobby Brown was on one of your songs.
Yeah, because Bobby, again, that goes back to that energy that me and Markel was just talking about in terms of us being in the studio together. We were vibing so much so that it was like, so that's how that, just him being around, he wanted to get on it. And that's Bobby energy. He hears something, oh, I need something for that, or I got something for that.
Yeah,
Bobby hip
yeah,
hop, man.
yeah.
Bobby Brown he's hip hop, man, that just decided that, he hip hop culture that decided singing is gonna be his route. That's the only difference. There's a rapper living in him. You know what I mean? He's an MC at heart. He's hip hop, in his heart. And just so happened he did R&B as a trade,
Yeah.
as a career.
So
Didn't
for
the
those
song make the album then? How many
Uh,
songs were on that albums to be?
um 12?
So how come it didn't make it? It was
Well,
oh,
back in those times, it was only a limited amount of songs you had to do before it become a double album.
we had Bobby Brown. Couldn't you know?
13
and
songs.
not but you know what happened was the reason why that song wasn't used because the family of Eddie what's his name Eddie Hendrix.
Oh,
Um,
yeah, and clear the sample.
yeah, we couldn't clear the sample.
Okay.
That keep on trucking sample. We couldn't clear it. They
Eddie
heard that and
Hendrix.
said, "Man, these kids done lost their damn mind. They ain't doing all that shit on our music." No, it's like no, they ain't
Uh,
doing that. They went batshit crazy on that song, man. We cursing up a storm. We went wow. So
Yeah,
they like there's
to
like they weren't clearing.
jump off topic for a second. A lot of old artists is gonna be hurt. Is if not hurting already, is gonna be hurting because not clearing samples. Because now producers don't even sample no more.
mm,
So where you making your money from?
mm,
Songs not playing no more.
mm.
Hmm.
Yeah, it was a lot easier before back in the day, right? You used to be able to sample, do what you got to do, and then when did the law change? The law changed at some point, and then everything
I
went
I
out
remember
the
ain't,
window.
James Brown kicking that door and heaviest first with the intolerance for samples. I remember it starting with him. Like the hell with this. Too many of these rap guys using my music.
who's
And
that? James Brown?
James Brown. I
Yeah,
remember
yeah.
because if you think about it, Mark, before that, we were part of that wave, but then he kicked the door in with the intolerance for the samples, and we got affected by that from a post vantage point because when we did the New Jack Swing album, it wasn't no clearing this, that, and the third, and all of that kind of stuff. That stuff got straightened out after the fact because after it was released, it just kind of hit on that wave. So they came knocking when the record and all of that stuff was done. So we were literally like at the tail end of hip hop artists that was using James Brown stuff and him not getting compensated for it. So
Right.
that was that window. And then if you think about it, prior to that, it was non-existent because you already know what 3 Feet High and Rising did in the hood. That shit was crazy. We
Yeah.
loved that joint. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? De La Soul,
Yeah.
that shit was crazy. And you know the amount of samples that was on there. That joint was loaded with samples.
Everything was sampled on that.
Everything.
Everything was samples. Like leading up to that, everything like hip hop was based on samples. James Brown, as I remember, was the first person that just laid the hammer down like enough is enough with this. I want in. And then everybody else started following suit.
I mean, it was only right to though that if you're
Yeah,
gonna
I
take,
mean, I mean, I
you
ain't
gotta pay
knocking it.
them
I'm
for
just
it.
saying, to answer Namdi's question into like when did that start? As I recall it, it started with James Brown.
Yeah,
I mean, shit, anybody would want
but
to get paid off of their,
but if I'm willing to pay you for it, why not? You know what I'm
Mm.
Mhm.
saying? If I'm willing to pay you for it, why not? And you getting
Yeah,
paid healthy. You know what I'm saying? You're not. It's not like I'm giving you $5,000. You getting $40,000 for a sample, and then you're gonna get royalties on top of
Royalties
that.
on it. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, the biggest lesson would have been, was it the Lou Reed, Take a Walk on the Wild Side, the sample used for Can You Kick It? Can I Kick It? By a
Yeah,
Tribe
yeah.
Called Quest.
Mhm.
And Lou Reed didn't agree to it, and he didn't give a Tribe Called Quest 1 cent. One
Mhm.
cent from Can I Kick It? Now, if you think of a Tribe Called Quest, if you ask your average person, what's the biggest song a Tribe Called Quest have ever done? Many people are going to say, Can I Kick It? And to
yeah.
think they didn't get a penny from it, not 1 cent, which is
Yeah,
crazy.
Mm.
yeah. That
But that's
reminds me of
that's more like
Sting,
a
right?
label. That's a label fault, though, man. Your label supposed to background check all that stuff and make
Yeah.
sure everything is clear before it goes out like that. At that
Mm.
time, it wasn't as important, so a lot of people was lazy on the situation.
Mm,
So they're like, hell, they don't clear. We're just gonna put it out anyway.
yeah.
And
Yeah, they will rely on the artists to be forthright with that sort of stuff. Like y'all guys know the ingredients y'all are using, and sometime I'm sure there was times that people just say, no, 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 everything is cool because it ain't ever a problem until it's a hit.
mhm.
Mm.
Nobody's coming out about your use of a sample until that shit is making some serious money.
Mm.
That's the weird conundrum about it. Nobody cares until it's successful. And how you know this is true is because when we were coming up, and perhaps they still doing it, the Jamaican used to use versions of people's songs and DC and the
They
Go
used to
Go
use the
from
whole song and
huh?
just
Yeah,
make
they
it
they
they
take the whole damn song, no
lyrics
credit,
and
no
everything.
nothing. But it wasn't worth going after them because the market was so small. You know what you gonna get out of it? Whatever. Leave them alone. And that's pretty much the sentiments that people have when it comes to samples. Until they come knocking, it ain't making enough money. Because when it is making enough money, they'll come knocking, even if they ain't rightfully due. They just reaching for a connection. You know what I mean? To get in on that,
Blurred
money.
line.
And
Robin
stick,
Thicke song. Robin Thicke and Pharrell.
Yeah, yeah, that was
that's
crazy.
a sensitive subject. I'm not gonna ask what your thoughts are on whether that was what happened there. I'm just gonna leave that alone. I'm leaving that the hell alone. I'm gonna stick to hard or smooth. So you had two versions of New Jack Swing 2. Why did you not release both of them? And would you guys be interested, or would you in the future look at creating an expanded version with maybe two discs for the hard or smooth and the 1989 New Jack Swing album? That's a question from Jason S from Australia.
Mm. Will we say that again? Will we look to what about the
Expanding
19?
it and making it a double album.
For both
Oh,
those, for the 1989 album and the 92 album, would you do like an expanded version of those? Would you want to release that on like a double CD, double vinyl or something? And why did you not release both versions of New Jack Swing 2? And are you guys crazy? That's from me. The last bit's me. That's all me.
oh. Yeah,
Um,
I can't say that crossed our mind to do that, but it's worth. I don't know.
it's the idea. It's something to think
It's
about.
certainly an idea. It's the first time such an idea even crossed our mind as a possibility. As far as the why those both weren't released, when it comes to various versions, Teddy will have so many creative possibilities, approaches. And if y'all remember with those releases, sometimes those maxi singles may have 5 different versions of a mix, regardless of whatever, group it was. Like Teddy will have, oh, you know what? This would be hot too. Or this would be dope too. And before you know it, you got 3, 4 mixes of the same song. And then his outlook was always where you never know which one the DJs is going to go with. And I get that, but I also feel like sometimes you got to tell them what to go with because too much could spoil the pot to where it just sometimes it gets a little confusing in my view, as opposed to just locking in on one, maybe two, and then just saying like, listen, this is what it is. But when it gets into 3 and 4 and 5 and all of that kind of mixes, I personally think that is too much, and you got to help people make a decision on what you feel it is, and let them live with that. And so, anytime any particular version wasn't released, it just pretty much was the consensus that that's just not the one we going with. Most of the time, Ted would lead that charge, and we would go with his unless we felt strongly different. Then if he ain't hear no pushback from us regarding something that he felt was the right way to go, then that was going to be the one that was going to come out. If it wasn't contested by us, then he would make those calls, because usually we going to be on the same page anyway. So whichever one he decide, if they're there, then we like them all. That's for sure.
My personal view on that is like, I left the studio once I was done. So at the time Teddy or Teddy or Gene would pick, that's what it was. With the Hard or Smooth album, whatever Teddy or R. Kill pick. Because if I'm the type of person, if I sit in the studio and hear something too much, too long, I'm gonna hate it. So I had to get away from it. I wasn't even in the thought process of why we had so many versions of like, because if you look at Rump Shaker, we got what, like about 5 different versions of that. You got the Jamaican version, you got the street version, you got the regular version. It'd be hard to say which one you should perform, because you don't know which one the audience likes. So we always go with the MC Light version.
Yeah, that's the video. That's the one with the
Yeah, but a lot of people be loving that Jamaican version, man.
You can start shaking. Yeah,
you can start shaking and
feel.
So what did the MC Light, was that her sampled on it, or did she?
Yeah, you can start shaking.
Yeah,
moving all around. That's MC Light.
Yeah. But that was okay. Whose idea
I
was
hope
this
she
to
knew
sample?
that she won't come back and get us.
That was or sure they know, because her and King of Chill ended up eating off of that joint as well because of that sample. So, but yeah, that was one of those elements that thankfully, man, when Ty Fife came into the fold, Ty Fife is responsible for, from that DJ, that DJ producer thing hits different, because they hear stuff that, they hear elements that are possible that could heat something up even further. And those elements are the differences between the video version of Rump Shaker and the album version of Rump Shaker. What I personally find amazing, though, is that when I look at the traction of them now, all of these years later, the album version gets way more burn than what's called the Teddy 2 mix, which is the video version. When people stream it, they don't necessarily make the connection to what made that video version so hot at the time. They just hear the horns, because for the most part the structure is the same song. So maybe just just a younger demographic listening, they ain't deciphering the difference between, this one got the 808. Right. They just hearing Rump Shaker, because when you listen to it on the surface level, it's that's Rump Shaker. We know the details, the inner workings of what makes this version like more sexy and what's hotter about this version. But they ain't listening that deep. They hearing Rump Shaker. Oh yeah, that's Rump Shaker. So I just, I found that interesting, that the album version, which doesn't include all of those elements, gets more burn than that one. But that version, that video version is it though. That joint is.
It is. I love that version.
That's the one. Without question, that's the one.
I mean, people might not know about Ty Fight. What would you have to say about him and his contribution?
Regarding in general, or you referring to
when he was part of the future production and stuff?
Yeah.
Ty was
Yeah.
one of the main producers, like Pharrell, like Rodney Jerkins, like Rottweiler, um, and so many others. You know, Bink Dogs. Um, there was so many producers that was around. Spragg, Lil Chris. Uh, we had our production team was deep. When we was in Future. It was just it's the same as any other camp, like a Dr. Dre camp.
Mm.
Uh, uh,
Yeah, Mucho Spragg. So, it's a gang of
David
people.
Wynn.
Mucho, Walter Scott, Mucho. I just talked to that fella yesterday too. Um, 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 it was whoever had the idea. That's what was on the board for the day.
Mm-hmm. Ty's edge was, again, I go back to this, him being a DJ first.
Yeah,
And
he was. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
just him being a DJ, you know what I mean? Like that seasoning, Ty come up with some dope ideas, but you know, the edge you have from a DJ, they listen from the vantage point of what's hot for the audience. You know what I mean? Like how an audience is going to respond. They're hearing from a different space. They're not necessarily hearing from what they, although they like it personally too, they their judgment is based on what their instinct is telling them will work with the people.
Mm.
So that was an edge that, and that he had then and that he has now as a producer. He's hearing from two different vantage points, not just, okay, I know how to create music, compose some music, and, I'm going to do what I think is hot. You don't necessarily know whether that's going to connect or not. He knows and he's listening from both vantage points.
Yeah,
And
Todd definitely have an
yeah, he was
ear.
offering us that at the time, as one of the producers. That was the cool thing about Todd, because he's gonna come up with some shit that's like, oh, he's thinking about other records that's gonna spice it up. Like, oh, we could add a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And by the time we done, it's like, oh shit, that shit's crazy. We need that.
What about
Yeah,
Meech? Because he gave you props, okay, with Dimitri ship.
Oh, Demetrius, yeah, Demetrius is a dope dude, man. That dude. He's another one of those
I
people, man. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Just people you be around, and it's just like, yo, I just like this guy, man. You know what I mean? Like, it's just people that you encounter that's just official. And throughout this process of music, man, me personally, I don't appreciate anything more than that. Just running into people that you just feel that they're genuine, they're authentic, and it ain't no industry fluff shit about them. You know what I mean? And that was my experience meeting Eazy-E. That was my experience meeting Tupac. Just talking about artists that just had this natural. When you meet them, you could just something about them just tells you that they're all the way present. They're not. There's nothing that they're holding back in that moment because they don't know you that well yet. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that there aren't degrees of that. Everybody carry a little bit of that, but for the most part, you just feel a sense of they're fully present. And you appreciate that when you meet people. So Demetrius, he's one of those guys for me, man. I always dug his energy, his spirit, and he's obviously like a great producer as well, man. That work was phenomenal that he did on that joint. So that was a pleasure working with him, and just being on that work.
Meech.
And how many, like with all the songs that were on Hard or Smooth, did all of the songs that you did on there have remixes? And how many songs didn't actually make the cut? So how many did you say, okay, we're gonna discard these, we're gonna leave these alone?
Hmm.
10,
I
20,
don't think.
30?
I think we ain't do that many songs. We actually did songs that we wind up adding songs as it was going. That's how we. I think Rum Shaker was our last song, right?
Rum Shaker might have very well been because we was on it. We was
That
on
was
that.
our last song because
We was on Rum Shaker longer than any other song. And they
yeah,
kept on changing. So I'm pretty certain that was the last one because
yeah.
again, we were just this has to come out, you know. First
What
of all, Teddy on
Yeah.
that, we got to get through this. And then, and because we knew that he was right about that, we stayed on it. So it was certainly the last song, as Mark is saying, is the last song. But it was the last song for that reason that we just we stuck to it and just kind of got arrived there. I don't remember a bunch of songs. I think I remember more of we get on something and it ain't clicking. The likelihood that we even gonna complete it is very slim. We gonna detect that this ain't it before we get through a completed.
Now it's a lot of
Oh,
tracks
okay.
we lost them. It's a lot of tracks that we that was produced that didn't make it. There's a lot of other producers who submitted tracks that didn't make the album.
Other producers like who?
Um, yeah, Chris Smith, uh,
Okay. Oh, so from
Muja,
the camp, from the camp.
yeah, from the camp. Not we didn't. I'm not gonna say we didn't deal too much on the outside. We had people from the outside that now, like Pharrell, that has submitted stuff. Uh, Probably didn't make it. But I mean, to be honest with you, I can't recall back that far to say that how many songs didn't make it or did make it. We didn't. Rump Shaker was the last song. I
Do you,
know that much.
do you remember the song You're Pissing Me Off? Why didn't
Yeah.
that make it? What happened there? Like
Oh
that was a
man,
song.
I don't know. I don't. That was a lot of that stuff was on Teddy and MCA. Teddy and MCA. A lot of call. We could sit here and act like we had full control of that album, but that project was our project, but it was controlled by Teddy.
Yeah.
So a lot of because it was you gotta think it was his production company that we were under. So some of the calls that was made that were made, they were made by Teddy at the time.
Yeah. And
Uh,
you mentioned in the last interview as well, and again today that there were multiple versions of Rump Shaker. There was a
Yeah.
version that was called Shake Your Rump. What was your favorite version? Was it the one that came out, or
My
was it
favorite
any of
one was the one that came out because it was more of a hip hop vibe to it. I liked everyone, but I loved that one because of the MC Light sample, the the uh the um the boom the boom ba-doom, ba-doom, ba-doom. I like all of those elements that came that pieced it together was more hip hop than the Jamaican version. Now I liked it. I liked the Jamaican version. Most people love the Jamaican version other than that, but hip hop heads like um the hip hop version.
Yeah. Okay. And
uh,
go go on.
yeah, no, I think Raquel, there was a gap between I think 95, 2000, that we saw more of you. So when Queen Pen came out with her album, or when Teddy did the remix of Janet Go Deep, you're featured on there. What was up with what was happening? Has Wreckx-n-Effect expanded and
No,
you
no. At that time, that was around the time that All Kill wanted to do a solo album, and I didn't want. I never wanted to do a solo album because, like I said before in the last interview, I was never the focus of Wreckx-n-Effect. That wasn't. That was I was a part of Wreckx-n-Effect.
Mm,
I was never considered to be, in my eyes, to me, was never considered to be the main rapper, or I was offered the solo deal, but I refused to take it because Wreckx-n-Effect was was the group that I started with. I didn't felt like I wanted to leave that group and start something, and then I'm not that. I'm not. I'm not that. I'm not that. Not to say that All Kill is that. That's his passion. Rapping is
mm,
his passion. That wasn't my passion. Like I said before, I thought I was going to be an NBA star or something like that at 5'7".
I mean,
I
that's
thought,
what Fat Man. I saw an old interview with Fat Man, and he did say that he knew you from basketball. But I was
yeah.
saying that, but you were on, you featured on Queen Pen, and you featured on Janet's Go Deep. Were you just would Teddy say, "Come on, give me a verse here," or what was like the
Teddy just
Janet one, Go Deep remix?
really, see. I
It
don't, I
was
don't remember
you,
that.
Not a Butter, Queen Pen, and Teddy all rapped on.
Man, he just, I guess that was just to, help their career, like Nutter Butter and
Queen Pen.
Queen Pen. Just like I'm on Party in the Party.
Yeah.
That was to help their career. To help their career. Just like how you see who could I say? If you see Drake featured on Nicki Minaj before Nicki Minaj became, it
Mm,
was to boost her career.
mm. Why did she be, why was she bumped up to come out first before, say, the Neptunes or Tammy? Um, why was Queen Pen almost fast tracked before a Wreckx-n-Effect album?
She was a fast track. That was always the plan. We the Neptunes was something totally different. That was Teddy thing. Queen Pen was mine. Mike Etheridge
Oh,
was mine. Nutter Butter was mine. So I was going off the schedule that I had for them. I didn't have they would you notice they was all signed under Funky Mama production.
yeah.
So to say that they came before the Neptunes or anybody else, uh she was the one that was finished first.
Okay.
So Queen Pen worked. Not to say that anybody else, Nut worked, but Nut was doing more writing for other people and appearances on other people's stuff than working on his stuff. So we focused more on Queen Pen. We focused more on Queen Pen at the time because it was just her. She wasn't doing no other outside projects. Nut was doing outside projects. He was doing Black Girl, 90s Girl, that all that
Mm.
stuff. So he had work outside of what he was already doing.
What about Mike Ettridge then? Because you mentioned him. Was that
Mike
somebody you?
Etheridge was a situation that happened. He was signed to the Neptunes. He was with the Neptunes first.
Mm,
Um, he left there, went solo. Uh, we did an album. Got a budget. He got a nice size budget, but um, it was the label that held back on putting him out at the time that he was supposed to go out. And then after that, they wanted us to go back in the studio and do some more songs, which is they gave us more money for that. Teddy did that, did the rest of those songs, and it became it was more of a we need more money. We need more money. We need more money. So it kept getting pushed back because we needed more money. We needed more money, which we didn't need more money, but it was if you're gonna give it to us, we're gonna take it.
That's the craziest thing, though. That album on Capitol Records
masterpiece.
it was a phenomenal project. I mean,
It was.
there's not a single song on there that is not a 9 out of 10. It's an exceptional project because half of it was produced by more than half was produced by Chad,
Chad. Mm.
Yeah.
incredible. And then I think a third of it was Teddy, and I think you had a couple of tracks by Ben Garrison, but everyone was fantastic. And Mike Etheridge's version of Look in the Water is just outrageous how good that is. Just
Mm-hmm.
wow. And what's that other one? What's that? The episode
Oh yeah.
Teddy track. Oh my God.
They just did. I don't think Capital knew what to do with Mike. I don't think they knew how to market Mike. You know, so they was relying more on the music and then trying to push, you know, promoting the person too. Because Mike is a phenomenal person too. He's a church guy. He's
Nice
a
guy.
family guy. Yeah, yeah,
Mm.
yeah. I just don't think they tapped into any of that with him.
Mm.
Mm.
Yeah. My goodness. And Akil, you went for a break, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I lost my phone died on me. I should have plugged in. I had to go and get an extension.
Oh,
One
good.
of my all-time favorite remixes is "I'm So Into You" S by SWV. It's one of my top five remixes. What was the energy behind you being on that?
It was just one of the songs that came up. You know, that would happen. You know, this is the remix. This remix came through, and you know, Teddy get a vibe that he wants something on it, and get out of here, Nala. Teddy get a vibe that he wants something on it, and that just one thing just kind of lead to another. That was it to that. You know, it really wasn't nothing other than and then the interest clearly was there because we've always been cool with them anyhow, and shit, Lily from I think Lily from Harlem anyway,
Yeah.
Mm,
No,
yeah.
I think Lily from the Bronx.
from the Bronx.
Oh,
Okay,
from the
Yeah.
Bronx. Okay.
it just
But I mean,
our
we
circles
always
were
been
close
cool.
because
Yeah.
the people we know, that we knew were close. So it always felt like that. Certain people would be from the South Bronx that you know,
That's
they
just
run
close
in
enough.
Harlem a lot, spend a lot of time in Harlem.
Yeah.
And Namdi, it's interesting you said that's one of your top five songs. It's you know how you remember certain songs exactly where you heard it. I remember being in a club in London and that remix came on, and I thought, hold on a minute, this sounds like a Teddy Riley remix. What the hell am I listening to? And then you guys come in, I'm like, what is going on here, man? I was having an out of body experience. I'm like, this shit is dope, man. And I remember that moment. So it was a really special remix. You're right, Namdi. Very, very good remix, man. Um,
Yeah.
a question from somebody. They were asking when you guys did the Michael Jackson track "She Drives Me Wild." Were there any demo raps that you tried and didn't work out and didn't use?
No,
So it was a one take.
yeah. I mean, I remember standing there. Bruce Wadeen was at the board. I asked them to let me hear it. Run it down. They played it, and I just thought of what I wanted to say. Right, I just stood there and thought of what I wanted to say. Like, okay, blah 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 blah. I think one of the things that I found most interesting was that the timing of that closure just came to me like literally in that instance. Like, there's no way to plan that. Bam, 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 bam. How those closings of those beats match the
Wow.
syllables of "she
Oh,
drives me wow."
yeah.
Like that just, you know, that was like literally like, well, that's crazy. I mean, because those are the same syllables in the song, and just so it just came together,
Why
like it
wasn't it longer?
because Teddy wanted eight, the 8 bar was the thing, like he wanted
Uh,
the 8 bar section covered, and that was it. You know what I mean? It wasn't a matter of there wasn't even an option because if it was, then that would have been entertaining. I was damn sure up for it, and that was obviously like easy work. But if you look at the history of the earliest stuff that we were doing, that 8 bar thing was the thing. That was the thing on Troop, you know,
oh,
on
attitude.
Troop, I got an attitude, it's an
Mm.
8 bar rap. It was always like these little 8 bar things. Samuel, 8 bars, you know what I mean? Like that was, it was like the 8 bar bandit sort of thing was going on. But that was the theme of the day because it was still kind of like, these getting involved in these R&B songs, it still was kind of like, I remember when Teddy first, mentioned that we were in Soundworks, and he mentioned that he wanted us on the Samuel remix. And I clearly remember saying to myself, oh, he's bugging out. What do you mean? That's the R&B song. And I remember telling him, like, you want me to put a rap together for this? You want me to get on this? Like, why would, but I'm telling you, just do it. Da 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 da. This is going, all right, whatever. You know what I mean? But I'm saying that to say this, that it just so was not a normal thing yet. You know what I mean? At that time when the Samuel project happened. And so once again, that was like the introduction to this whole 8-bar thing. And then the troop thing happened. And then so Michael Jackson ain't but so far off. This whole the 8-bar bandit on when it comes to R&B stuff was just, that was just the way of the camp, when it came to just featuring on R&B joints. Because you wasn't getting that from artists. Obviously, it's commonplace now, but we damn sure were pioneers in that regard to introducing hip hop, separate artists, hip hop artists being welcomed in on R&B joints. That wasn't a hip hop thing to do. I forget the year that Rakim and Jody Watley thing came out.
Friends, I think that was
88?
1990, was it?
89? 89?
Okay.
Was it 89?
90, might have been 90. I don't know.
All I know is when Teddy mentioned it to us, when he was when we was doing that, he was working on a remix to Samuel. I just thought that shit was just strange, because it wasn't a common thing to do.
Yeah.
I wasn't familiar with it like that. And if I heard anything
89.
similar, then so it's, I wonder about that. Like, were we the first ones to do that technically, or did somebody do that before us? Because prior to that, the only people that was rapping on their songs, and they were the same group, and that was, New Edition would bust out a little,
Yeah.
For R&B artists, they would do a little rap on something when they were kids.
Who was Alison Williams had hip hop beats over her music. I think she was the first person, a vocalist, to have that kind of style. But rap on a song, I'm not sure. Jody Watley, I think, was 89. So
89, yeah, and Samuel came out 1990.
but then you
But
had
that song was actually written for MC Light.
Which one?
makes
Do you
sense.
like what you see? So when I interviewed Samuel, if the guys producers were uh, Delight was supposed to be MC Light. She was supposed
Get
that was
out
supposed
of
to,
here, yo. That's a
yeah,
crazy, crazy backstory. Because
yeah.
Cool,
He's
man.
what the hell did that
Really
have to do
cool.
anything? Why is it saying that? I
Delight.
mean, it sounds dope.
Yeah,
So you
yeah. So it was
with it.
supposed
You
to be
don't
her.
even
And
ask
then
no questions
yeah.
because it sounds hot.
And Samuel says, "No, man, I need this track. I need this track." But
Yeah.
they'll create. They wanted him just to say Delight, so that they would give it to MC Light, so she would rap over it. And he says, "No, you got to give it to me." And then he wrote the lyrics right then, and it came
Yeah.
out. So
The
That's so
He
beat.
could
cool,
have
man.
still done it though.
That's crazy, man. Like that. But look how small the world is. Like how things just come for. Like the connection. We had no idea
Yeah, you
Yeah, I
can't
did.
have.
that. And then the camps and all of these energies end up connecting anyway years later. That's
yeah.
crazy.
Yeah. Were
Mm.
you guys involved with the MC Light track Donuts? Is it called Donuts? I think Teddy did a track called Donuts, something Donuts.
Mm.
It was through the
I
future.
don't recall that.
So, yeah, all
Yeah,
good.
I don't remember
I'll
donuts.
look that up though.
Yeah, it's not it wasn't never released. But
Okay.
it's one of those ones. Nimsy had a question. He said like off this is Rec Shop's cassette single.
Hmm.
Uh, this angle is going to kill me all day, man. I'm going to have to do something about that. But the question is, he loves the ragga mixes that Wreckx-n-Effect did. Why did you not do more?
Hmm. I don't think
Hmm.
there was any reason, Mark, that I remember. I just think that we went with, what we were feeling at the time. And, you know, I don't think it was any pointed reason why we didn't do more. Um, I think if I remember correct, just the vibe of what we were doing, we were going with what we felt in those moments, and what we did, the energy reflected, what we thought we needed at that time. So anything that we didn't do, it just didn't even cross our mind that we needed to do anything further regarding that.
Sure.
And we had two sort of kind of like reggae artists. Well, they weren't reggae artists, but they had a
Mhm.
reggae feel to them, which is Pirate.
Pirates, okay. Was he the one that did Wreck Shop?
Yeah,
And he did the One More Night remix, right? Tonight. Okay. The
yeah.
Bobby Brown One More Night. He did yeah, okay. I
Yeah,
love
I'm
that song.
I'm still getting over the fact that it's mental that Rakim was on One More Night and it never came out.
It's my top five. I mean, it's um,
That's going to keep me up all night now.
Lady in My Life, Christopher Williams, All I See,
It's
um,
madness.
and it's well, Bobby Brown's One More Night. And so the fact that there is, and I did see Rakim credited, but I thought it was because of the sample. But the fact that actually he did give a verse, and they didn't even hold on
Writer.
to it to do it on the when they had the remix in the key of B's, they could have put it out there. I didn't
Probably still
understand
have
that.
a copy of it too in the archives.
Oh goodness, they don't
And that
Rakim.
that's interesting because that segues perfectly into this question. Were there any collaborations that almost happened but didn't?
Hmm. Hmm. That almost happened, but didn't.
I'm
Hmm.
not gonna say almost happened. I know there's a lot of people who came through that studio that I wouldn't mind, you know, getting on the. I don't. I
Yeah,
mean, yeah, getting on the track with, or R. Kill getting on the track with. Yeah, I wouldn't have mind seeing R. Kill working with Kane. I wouldn't have mind seeing R. Kill working with like Busta Rhymes.
Me and
Uh,
Kane did something together. We did something together in '96. You wouldn't have
that's
known. Yeah, we went to Gene brought us together. We did something together in '96. To what was going to be a remix to Top Billin'. Gene had somebody do a go-go version of it, and the music wasn't, the thing about us, man, as MCs, man, we'll just fucking rap, man. We do this shit. Some of us just do this shit for the love of MCing. You know what I mean? Whether or not the joint is that joint, but we damn sure did something, Mark. You never heard it.
yeah, I never heard it, but I
And
that
then
that was
again, it never came out. But we went in on Royale Studio in Jersey, and yeah, man, me and King got it in.
see, as a fan of music, that just sounds like a very interesting combination. Big Daddy Kane and Wreckx-n-Effect on one song. That sounds so good, man.
Mm-hmm.
Why
Yeah.
didn't you guys do more productions with Light after Roughneck was a massive hit when Gold? I would have thought you guys would have just people would have been lining up to for you guys to do some more production like that.
Well, we
well.
had another one. Roughneck had a twin that I think on the business side something went south because we damn sure got through it. Light had another song that was the follow up Roughneck called Mr. Bojangles, and Mr. Bojangles was made to be a follow up to Roughneck, and just in the sense of the energy of
Mm.
the song and the construction of it and all of that to piggyback off of what she had already captured with Roughneck, and the song was complete. I mean, the song was finished. I mean, all the way down to the mix, and something happened that had nothing to do with the creative side. Something happened with business that went the wheels, it just went left. So I don't even remember all of what those details were. I just remember that something happened in that pocket because our job was done. You know what I mean? In terms of the creative stuff, everything that else that was left was with whatever differences. Um, it went to business between Teddy and the label and whatever the
Mm.
expectations were. I don't know. I don't know. And over the years, I don't even remember asking many questions to have a recollection of what those details were. Just that, damn, that shit didn't happen because Bojangles was hot.
But you couldn't use it on someone else then, or like I thought producers could do
You
that.
know, I I wouldn't do that because when I work, I'm literally like the person is in my mind. You know what I'm saying? They're in my mind and I'm in their mind in terms of how a song is constructed. So, when the suit is tailor made to fit, giving it to somebody else, it shit just ain't gonna fall the same, no matter how close they may be to your intended markers. So, such a thing didn't even cross my mind to do that for somebody else. I would rather just, do something for somebody else that works for them,
Hmm.
you know.
What was your, what was it? Can you see this guy?
Is it good to you, Tammy Lucas and Ted
Yeah.
Riley?
Sorry about this angle crap. But how was it for both of you to create a rap for the remix of this song, the one that you can't see? Is it
Is
good
it
to you?
good to you, Tammy Lucas and Teddy?
There we
Yeah,
go.
dope song. Yeah, tell me, look, yeah, yeah. Is it good to you? It's hot. I know. I personally always thought that song was tough.
Yeah,
That
I
was a
love that
joint.
song.
Yeah, that joint mean. So I enjoyed it. We got our chance to do just shine on that. Get on that joint, and I think Hev did a phenomenal job with it.
Oh, the original version. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, I think he did a phenomenal job, man. Hev was dope. But yeah, I enjoyed it. Something come up, man, and it just excite me. I'm just excited to get on it and see what I'm going to do. And express myself on it.
That's
What about you,
probably
Markel? What did you think about that? Your rap? How did you feel about your rap on that?
I mean, I loved it. I loved it.
Fantastic.
It was there's no doubt about it.
And that
Shit.
remix was dope, man. That remix was just
Yeah,
ridiculous, wasn't it?
yeah,
So good.
but you got to think the bigger name is the one that came across more. Heavy was a bigger name at the time, so everybody's gonna was gonna flock, which is he deserved it. Heavy D is unique, man. He's the first big rapper. Heavy rapper. You know what I'm saying? He's the reason why. Well, I'm gonna say the Fat Boys is the reason why big rappers could rap, but he's the reason why big rappers could be sexy and pause, but and be out front and be comfortable of being who they are, like Biggie Smalls, or
Mm.
So he deserved what he got. I mean, I love what we had. It was a label choice. Everything you're gonna get out of me is gonna be more of a label choice because the label was making those choices back then.
But and Heavy's was out first though. I mean,
Yeah, it
anyway,
was.
I mean, they
Yeah.
led with that. So that's
Mm.
the one people got familiar with anyhow.
Mm.
And the fly thing about Hev version is that it's not just a feature. It's like the whole song. Tammy's on the hook, and he's doing. It's kind of like what later on, obviously in life, Alicia Keys has her version of New York, and Jay-Z got his version,
All
but
right.
she's on the hook of both. You
Mm.
know what I mean? It became one of those kind of things where Heavy got his version of "Is It Good to You." Tammy got her version, and then we're featured on her version, but his version is the one that people became familiar with first, even before hers, so that was the one that was strongly marketed, you know.
Hmm.
For those
But
people who
and on
don't
top
know,
of that, like Mark said, it's have God bless him, man. That guy was special.
the common denominator on both songs is Tammy. You
Hmm.
guys know her better than most of us. As New Jack fans, she was the queen of New Jack Swing. She was synonymous from the Guy album and stuff. Unfortunately, she didn't get the break that she deserved, like having her own album out and stuff. Um, what could you guys say about Tammy, the person who you guys knew for all those years behind the scenes?
I can say that just Tammy, I always thought that her gift was just, and is phenomenal, in terms of her sound. It's like Tammy makes me feel like this and shit. Maybe people feel like this about me and other people. I don't know. But I'm just, everybody else aside, including myself, as a, you know, as someone that has experience, worked on songs that she's a part of, her song come from the same camp. Tammy's sound just makes me feel like the world has been cheated. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, man.
not to fully get the full breadth of what her intended use of that gift was. It just feels like the world has been cheated out of something special because when you think about Tammy's sound, you don't get that shit twice, man. You know what I'm saying? Like you get something else that's special too. But it's like saying, like all, people that got this sound, like you can't get that again. And her thing is just it's so uniquely hers that it's like, damn. I mean, this was supposed like, what's up with that album? You know what I'm saying? What's up with two of those? What's up with a whole career of those?
Yeah,
Or that
man.
or that offering is just so special that you just want to hear that in a lexicon of what R&B represented throughout all of these decades that that she's been recognized as an artist. It's like her body of work, man, and that sound, will and over those times, will forever be cheated that we don't even have an album of that sound that we could say was shit. At least we got one out of it. You know
Mm,
what I mean? So that's my view on her. When I think of Tammy, I just automatically zero in on her gift, that sound, and how special it is, and how much more of it I personally would have loved to hear.
mm,
I wish she would have got an album out, man. Tammy was a special artist, a special person, writer, singer. Her ideas was great. I think what happened was she got mixed up in all the road to success when it came to like you had Guy, you had Today, you had Wreckx-n-Effect, you had Zan. So it was just too much going on, and at the time, like I'm gonna say this, you're gonna get back to this. The label, they really choose who they want to put out, whether it's
mm,
your production company or not. Very few people had a choice to make to say, yo, F what you say, I want to
mm,
put Tammy out. That label will say, hey, listen, let's hold out on Tammy right now and work on Wreckx-n-Effect. Or let's hold out on Tammy right now. We got motion on Zan. He got a hot song that's doing whatever it's doing in Europe or Australia or wherever. Let's go with that.
mm,
Or they have a map of what they want to do.
mm,
And she got caught up in that. And then negotiations of her agreement with the label too. So it's we could sit here and say that she got passed by. It's a lot of things that play a part in putting these records out and dealing with these labels and dealing with these production companies that will hold you stagnant. And that played a part. And then she left us and she went over with Pharrell when Pharrell left and started working for Pharrell. So it was no more Tammy after that with us. Not saying that we didn't want to work with her. She just left and started writing with Pharrell. So it's not like she wasn't doing anything. She had a great career. It's just
mm,
when she left, she did it with somebody else.
mm.
Did she leave because she had given up hope that something would happen on this side. So she thought, I'm going to go with Pharrell and Chad because there might be more opportunity, or
Well,
what was it?
she she had the belief in them too. So she went with what she believed in, what was gonna work for her.
Hmm.
It's not like she didn't believe in Teddy anymore. She probably felt like the opportunity was gonna be much better over there, being that she's the one artist that they probably have outside of them. Because at the time they didn't have the Neptunes. I mean, they had the Neptunes, but they didn't have the Clips. They was
Oh,
around, but
Khalees.
so it was Tammy and the Neptunes.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And they had her help audition Khalees and release her ahead of Tammy.
yeah.
Right. So I mean, sometimes some people are not built to be artists from God's eye. Although in your heart you want to be an artist, that's probably not the platform God wants you to be on. So he made you a writer. Tammy is a hell of a writer.
Killer penmanship,
You know
man.
what I'm saying? But a lot of people want to be in that front on that stage.
Hmm. Yeah, you guys did release one single with her though. This one, if you can
Cutie?
see it, yeah, this. Oh my God,
That Cutie, yeah, that's the remix. But you also
my
had two
beauty.
songs on the album. That's Tell Me How You Feel.
Uh huh.
Two songs, yeah, that was a fantastic. That should have been a single. My God,
Should have been the first single.
Which
yeah.
one is that?
Yeah,
Tell
you
Me How
know,
You Feel.
Tell me how you
Should have
Yeah.
feel.
been the first single. That's no, should have been the
This is
follow-up
my
to Rum
cutie.
Shaker.
I could share this. This is from Butter's mouth. Although I'm not surprised because I personally feel the same way about this song, but um, my cutie was inspired by him hearing "Tell Me How You Feel" in terms of the direction, like where to take it. Like Mark was sharing, obviously the use of the music, but what to do with it. That work is Butter's work, and he was so moved by hearing "Tell Me How You Feel." He went in the B room and was like, "Yo, I gotta do something that just that do it like that joint, man." so
Pretty much.
so I hear him talk about that, like that was his. Okay, I gotta put something together that's that's on par, that just make you feel like that joint just hit me, like he did his thing on that. So that's
Yeah.
good because I always felt he did an excellent work with my cutie.
Actually. But yeah, tell me how you feel. That was I was flabbergasted. Though Markel, you did say that you needed to go back to the streets with Wreck Shop, but I mean, I would, I think the music, money wise, if you had done "Tell Me How You Feel," it would have then still hit the R&B clubs and that market, and people will be like, "Oh, this is an album that we," and then Cutie comes after that. It would have been a triple, quadruple platinum. But I understand that you had a reputation that, man, we need to do Rec Shop and good
Yeah.
song, but it didn't get the broader R&B market that would have really pushed the album
And I think
as it
that
did.
when I look at it, and even with my cutie, with Markel being ushered into this whole rapper vantage point, we had to start balancing the books, so to speak, in terms of the joints that that's me, because we had already, obviously we did that with the New Jack Swing album, but now he's in a new role for himself, and so presentation wise, how we going to balance that out? Because it's hard to imagine that if that wasn't on our minds, that Tell Me How You Feel gets you know sidestepped, because the joint is too tough to sidestep that. Like it just screams I'm a successful record. So without the need to do that, without the need to balance this thing, so it ain't like, okay, we did Rump Shaker, and that's that's the collective of us. And then you got obviously Knocking Boots could come out, and we both won Rec Shop and all of that. But I think that a lot of my cutie had to do with kind of just bringing a stronger sense of balance, because I'm obviously the more pronounced rapper, as I've always been. So we gotta balance this shit out now. So that had a lot to do with it too. So I think that Tell Me How You Feel, to a degree, we could call it somewhat of a sacrifice for the betterment of just demonstrating that, there's also something on here where Mark is just doing him. You know what I'm saying? Opposed to it being, him, a balance of us or something with just all me. So I think that played a part as well. It offered us an opportunity to showcase him on the song. So I think that had a lot to do with it, because otherwise, Tell Me How You Feel. Say, for example, put it like this. If My Cutie wasn't there, it's hard to imagine that we can afford to overlook Tell Me How You Feel. You know what I mean? Like those are my thoughts on it.
But do you feel that My Cutie is a better song than Tell Me How You Feel? Like, I like My Cutie, don't get me wrong. I love that song. But is it better than Tell Me How You Feel?
I'm not saying that. I ain't saying, hey, look, Mark, I ain't saying all that. I ain't saying all of that. I'm
This
just
is
saying it offered an opportunity
Yeah.
for it not to be yet again all about me, and more all about like, okay, well, we get an opportunity now. Let's put some attention on Markel as a rapper. We have to we got to really stamp that in some sort of official way, because it's not his native airspace. And you can't just think that people are just just because you decide to he participates on some song, on a couple of songs here and there, that they automatically now are sold on that idea. How do you solidify that more? Now, I'm looking at this in hindsight, even though I felt that that was the point of view at the time as well. But I'm also speaking from a hindsight perspective of just like when you really take a look at it, that did help solidify, his ability to have his own song. You know what I mean? Opposed to him just being on something where he has the balance of me being there and all of that kind of stuff. So I'm not saying that I thought that it is a better song than Tell Me How You Feel, but I certainly thought that it was a strong song, and that I didn't expect us to lose by going that way either. Is more of that. If I had it my way, I would have wanted Tell Me How You Feel too. But when I look at it, I would say, well, if you ask me to be unbiased in that situation, then I would have to say, all right, well, if you want to be unbiased and it don't look like, I'm just this dominant force of us two, then we're gonna have to balance the books and go with My Cutie. It's a strong song. It'll balance things out a bit, because otherwise, you know,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? It just
It
stays
would
in
have
that.
been number three, though. It would have been the third single, but it's Wreck Shop. That's the one, Markel, you said was
Yeah.
the song you guys wanted. And I think that's where I would think it, if Tell Me How You Feel came in before Wreck Shop, it would have kept the R&B market and the R&B radio, which is the commercial side. But Wreck Shop was a hard song, but it's a very different audience, right, Markel?
it's just more of a hip hop audience that
Mhm.
that's what we was that's my personal feel for it was I was looking for more of what I'm focused on. I didn't want the label to say uh keep going commercial. I didn't want to, I just got
Yeah.
caught I got caught up. This is what I'm gonna tell you. I got caught up in feeling how people would feel about us. by being commercial rappers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we did.
So, yeah,
Yeah.
so when it came down to that, I was more like, yo, let's show these dudes that we're really this versus like just saying, okay, F what they feel, how they feel. We're gonna keep going this way. Now, but getting back to the question, what we should have done, and I think I said this in the last interview, we should have combined both songs, a verse for both songs, and did a video for that.
Mm.
That's what we should have done.
Came up with a whole nother mix where you experience both of those songs.
Right. Because they both great songs.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? And I think we both brought them across very well. Where everybody feel where we were coming from as far as the lyrics for those songs.
Mm.
To compare them, you can't compare them because R-Kill's a lyricist. You know what I'm saying? So what he's saying is going to be totally different. Or the feeling of what he's saying is going to be totally different from the feeling of what I'm saying. He's more sincere. I'm more jokingly about what I'm saying. I mean, I love what I'm saying, but I'm more jokingly about what I'm saying. He's more sincere about like he's gonna hit you in the head, punch you in the guts, stomp your feet, scratch your face, and all that stuff. So it's hard to compare those two songs to each other and say which one is better. I don't think one is better than the other.
No, never better. It's about with an A&R hat on. It's about which one's gonna continue the commercial success and
yeah.
yeah.
I think if we had done it that way, both like if we had combined both of them as a commercial song together, they both. I think it would have made that album pop even more because they would have seen both of our point of views. You took a verse, or have us do a remix version of both of those songs combined and put them out as a single, as the third single or the second single. I think that would have worked, but those ideas wasn't there now. Then,
Yeah.
And the reason why I brought that up is because of Tammy's vocals on because we were talking about Tammy. Tammy's vocals on Tell Me How You Feel, they just hit a different way. And this is not about either of you. It's about how Tammy on Tell Me How You Feel.
Tammy vocals on anything make you feel something special.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, shit. I probably would have started dating Tammy after listening to all her stuff. Tammy voice she had a special voice, man. It's just it wasn't in the stars for her at that time, man. Tammy, and I don't think she know that I mean, I think she know that her voice was that.
She does. She does. She knows she's a badass, man.
Listen. If it was me, Tammy would have been an artist right out the door. Tammy been around that long. Tammy been around since Omar Chandler, Jackie McGee. She's been around from the beginning.
Total Climax days, was she around during then when Jackie McGee and Omar Chandler?
Not that far. Not that far back. Okay. Not that far back. But like coming towards the ending of Total Climax, when Teddy started piecing people together to start working with. Right. She's been back before, like the God days and all that.
Yeah, she was on I Like and Piece of My Love and Goodbye.
Yeah. I don't even really remember the origin story. I just know, I know how far back. I know she goes really, really far back, but the beginning, I don't remember exactly that exact starting point. She's just, she's just one of the original gears. I know that much. Is she pre GTI or post GTI? Mark?
GTI.
She's GTI. I ain't gonna say before or after. I know she's GTI.
Okay.
GTI going to M3.
Okay.
No, GTI going to
Accurate.
came after, accurate.
Yeah.
Is this the cars you guys are driving?
This car
No,
Teddy was driving.
cause Teddy was driving.
Okay.
One of the cars that I actually took and almost went to jail for.
Yeah, crazy.
So she said it was Andre Hurrell who introduced her to Teddy, and when they did the girls and stuff, um, and yeah, so that's how far back. I know Vijay has a few more questions, but the one question I had is how come you guys went on another level, Blackstreet, the Grammy-winning four times platinum album? How come you guys didn't have anything on Blackstreet another level?
What
Mm,
you mean? Cars,
yeah, Timon, I think Timon had, especially I could speak for me, so much had transpired by the development of that just time wise, availability, just certain things was just different. I didn't even realize how much of that was done until I heard Teddy talking about it, and I think it was what Trinidad in terms of the just the creative works for a lot of those songs. Um, so I don't know. I mean, it was a different pride. The thing that I remember most about that is that the sound of that album and the board that he was using at the time, which I'm almost certain was that SSL J series. There's this very unique sound that I feel every time I hear that album, it reminds me of that board coming into the studio and the unique sound that Nala, don't start talking to those birds. I have a Bengal and she,
Okay.
yeah, she swears she be conversing with the birds. Um, so every time I hear that joint, but again, it was just one of those things, man. The one thing about our camp is, it was very sensitive to the current environment, and so if that didn't happen, then it just simply meant that whatever it was about the current environment didn't connect those dots because the energy would always be true to the moment. Presence has a lot to do with it. Availability has a lot to do with it. I remember one time, the first time, maybe the first and the last time, me and Nutter Butter ever had, a touchy moment is because there was a project that I was supposed to be working on. Maybe it was the Will Smith project or something like that. And Butter was at the studio. And next thing I know, Butter's working on the damn thing. And it was something to where I personally felt like, oh shit, this motherfucker just cut my throat on this project. You know what I mean? And I had something to say about it. So, we had a touchy moment, and I was mad at him, and I let him, we let it be known, that this is what it is. I ain't feeling this because of this, that, and the third. But when you look at it, we laugh at it in hindsight because it was really a silly moment, but it was real enough for me to feel like the opportunity was there for him to seize that moment, and he did just that simply because of what I'm talking about, availability. You know what I mean? Like availability presented itself, and and he did what he was supposed to do because you don't pass a situation up like that either. You know what I mean? But and I think they worked well together. So that I'm glad that happened.
I'm looking for the
Um,
one to be with me.
yeah,
Uh,
so
I'm
so
looking for the
so
one to be.
just the idea of that situation was representative of you know especially as the camp grew out, because
Mm,
obviously as an MC, I'm a cornerstone, if you will, concerning that. But our camp started bolstering with other creatives
mm,
that were able to carry some of that load, and sometimes there was just an interest for a different flavor. You got Knowledge the Pirate. When we first heard him, Mark will remember, we first heard him through Charlie Mack. He was with Task Force out of Philly, and Task Force is out of Philly, but Pirate was spending time down there and going to see some people. So Charlie Mack brought him through, and Teddy introduced us to them. Charlie Mack showcased them at some hotel room up in the suite one day, but that's how we end up meeting Task Force, and we met Pirate in that moment. So that kind of like started the process. Another Butter came down, obviously from New York, with us. So the camp started growing with
Yeah,
other,
Chance. That's
huh?
Chance.
Chance as
Chance.
well. Chance the year. Chance, I was going to get to him. Chance is another one. You have then Pirate T, Twan. Um, Twan, obviously, he also another one that was grafted in. Um, Idris was there. He ended up on on Make You Wet. So there was other, it started
It
growing
sounds
out.
like you. So that was your brother that did the chorus, the
Yeah, all
hook.
night long. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Idris,
Okay.
because again, MCA didn't want me to do it. They after we were done with it, they was like, nah, y'all can't use them for,
What?
whatever was going on with Wreckx-n-Effect. They would pull a plug on our shit at times if they had, for whatever their reason was to do so, because they just didn't want us, I don't know, overexposed, whatever their reasoning was. It always felt like an injustice when you got word back that they wouldn't grant clearance to do so. You
Wow.
know, not nothing that I would ever sign up for again in terms of an entity being able to say who you can perform with and who you can't, just on some whimsical shit. Whenever they decide, whatever their reasoning is like, whether it makes sense or not, they have say in being able to nah.
And
I could
Gene would have fought that, right? If Gene was around.
say that again.
Gene, he would have been able to put his foot down and says, nah.
Probably so, because Gene did a lot of shit at the time that, so I remember us going up to Funk Master Flex, if Mark remember this, and Flex asked us one day, he's like, yo, man, I just want to know how the hell y'all move from these labels like that, like so efficiently. I was on, first you was here, then you was there, and now you there. Like, how y'all just label hopping like this, man? Like, this is normal. Like,
Mm-hmm.
oh yeah, well that would be Gene. You know what I'm saying? That would be Gene. Like, listen, Gene wasn't somebody that you decide to say you want to just hold on to his acts. If he decided this is no longer the home for his acts, then it probably would behoove you to just let the acts go and move on with business. And so without that kind of presence that dealt with those people directly like that, then we wasn't, forcing, that ain't Teddy style to be, trying to, or forcing a situation or strong arm in a situation that isn't favorable. So, that was that time. But other than that, we were where we were until that was over.
BJ.
You mentioned I'm looking for the one to be with me. The instrumental of that was already recorded and was meant to be a Wreckx-n-Effect song, and it
What?
on the tape it was called Summer Jam. So
Hmm.
if that instrumental was recorded, let's say 91 or early 92, and Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince's Summertime came out in 1990, was it meant to be a sequel with you guys rapping? What was the story there?
I don't remember that in that fashion, and I don't think that it was coming from that space. I think that it was just the process of how create the flow of creativity. You know what I mean? Joints would come up, and it may be an initial intent for it to be a Wreckx-n-Effect song. That don't necessarily mean that's where it's going to end up. That may be the driving motivation creating that music, but that didn't necessarily mean that that's where it was going to end up, because even after that moment, it had to do the pass the test of our taste, as well. Like, whoever came up with it, if it was Teddy or whoever, we still got to hear that shit and decide whether or not we feeling it. You know what I mean? Like, and if we weren't, then that shit wasn't happening. you
Yeah.
know, and that has a lot to do with it too. Certain joints, it could be dope music, but like I said earlier about the other song, uh, with Red, back when we were talking about Redhead, you got to be able to hear when something is hot, but it ain't for you. You know what I mean? Just because it's hot don't mean that, it's a hot song for you. And,
Yeah.
I don't mind representing that when I feel like I like it. I think it's dope. I personally don't hear me on it, but I think that joint is fire. But it don't sound like it ain't speaking to me for me, but it sounds mean for somebody,
Yeah, sure.
you know.
And on Funky Mama Productions, Markel, did you ever entertain the idea of signing your brother-in-law, Omar Chandler? Because man, that boy had a voice. What a
Oh man,
voice.
Omar didn't want to be signed to nobody. Omar wanted to be independent. This is before anybody thought about independency. So yeah, Omar didn't want to be signed to nobody. Omar was comfortable in his Omar was comfortable gigging. You know what I'm saying? So he didn't care about being on a big stage all the time. He loved doing the Apollo, but he didn't mind going to the nightclub, getting the mic and singing. You
Yeah,
know, and he was content with doing raw bass stuff too.
yeah, sure.
So no, that never came across to me. He never came to me and asked me, you know, I love Omar. Omar is my brother-in-law. That's my nephew daddy. You know what I'm saying? So I would definitely gave him whatever he wanted if it came down to him asking.
Yeah, sure. And this is a question from I don't know how to say it. Swear Benson. He said, "What was the toughest moment in your career that almost made you walk away, and what kept you in the game?"
Well, I ain't gonna say almost made me walk away. Made me walk away. It's just not us being. Um, yeah, I came in this business with people. You know what I'm saying? And to see me not doing this without the people that I came in with, I couldn't see that. So why would I be doing this? It was the money is great. Don't get me wrong, and it keep me from having a regular job, right? But I'd rather keep my the love for the person that I'm with than to have to be forced or something that and something that ain't really 100%, because if we're not going to see eye to eye, why do it? You know, like I said, we're brothers from a different cloth. We're not blood brothers, but I love Arkell and I love Teddy the same. I don't not Teddy's my blood, but I love Arkell the same. I love Idris the same. I love it's a bunch of these cats. I love the same. You know what I'm saying? And I think I give them the same energy that I would give my brother. So if I'm not gonna do what I do with them anymore, why even do it? That's why if you come to my house, I don't have nothing that say I'm a rapper in this house, or I used to do music in this house. I don't have no gold plaques. I don't have none of the clothing that I used to wear. Um, none of that stuff. And it's not because I hate it, but that's just, I came up with Arkell. I came up with Idris. These are my childhood friends. You know, you ever had a friend where you said, when I get big, we're gonna do this thing together.
Mm.
Yeah, of course, man.
And that's how I felt. Like, we're gonna do this thing together. And then losing Brandon, that was like, that Brandon was a main link in our chain, you know, of friendship. Brandon pieced a lot of people together. Because at one point in time, our project was so divided into projects were so divided into sections where, like, this group of people hang with this group of people and these groups hang with us, and but he brought all of that together. When he died, none of us split up, but some of us grew apart. And I didn't want that. I didn't want that for Arkell and Wreckx-n-Effect. So when he wanted to do it, this is Arkell dream. You know what I'm saying? I dream of being an artist or being a superstar like everybody else, but his passion was a whole lot different than mine. So if I couldn't do it with him, I didn't want to do it at all. So, and I'd rather him, if he want to pursue whatever he want to pursue, I I grant him that. I don't You will never hear about me saying, this cat want to go solo, F him. That's my brother. If that's what he want to do, that's what he want to do. Teddy want to go do Blackstreet and perform with God and let these dudes do him any kind of way. That's what he want to do. I can't. Let me go live my life then. So yeah, is it something that made me want to stop doing music was that I didn't want to do it without these guys. But in recent shows that we did, I felt the passion that we all want to be back together.
How did that feel?
That felt great. That felt great. I just think we need to work on some things like as far as I feel a love for each other, but I feel like it's me. I've been out the loop. Like I said before, I've been out the music loop for so long that I have to learn damn near learn. I've been paralyzed. I have to learn to walk again. They still have it because they've been doing it. I haven't been doing anything involving music.
Wow.
Since man, I've been living in North Carolina for 20 years. So probably longer than that.
Wow.
So have it is like the question you asked, yes, but it's something that made me not want to do it again, and it's not doing it with them.
Wow.
I don't know how you feel about that, Arkell, but that's
I can certainly relate to that. I see it from a different point of view. For this reason, but two things. One, to answer that question, for me, the main thing that made me feel like that was obviously the loss of Brandon at that time, because it was still so close to that thing that you're describing, the why we put this thing together and what made sense to us, and that childhood dream of us realizing those talks that we were unwittingly at the time visualizing about what our future was going to be, not even realizing that we were speaking that shit into existence. We would be in your house just going over what we gonna have and what we gonna do, and we didn't know none of that shit was gonna come.
Cars we gonna buy, yeah.
Cars we gonna buy, all this kind of shit, and we didn't know if none of that was gonna actually happen. But we were speaking that thing into existence, and so when you have those kind of things as a backstory, and a segment of that is taken away, so close to the origin story. That's a very short window between the origin story and by the time of Brandon's demise. That was a lot. And it certainly made it certainly just created I don't know, put a question mark in terms of moving forward, because that's your way of expressing disapproval and heartbreak and all of that kind of stuff, to just say, man, this ain't, how could this ever be, what we wanted it to be, what it was intended to be from our vantage point, without this, without the key elements of this thing that had this dream and spoke this thing into existence. And look at all of what we've, even so early have covered. This will never be the same. So it's enough. The gravity of that is enough to make you say, man, the hell with this shit. So I certainly remember that. At the same time, along the way, you realize when there's a certain something that God put in you, it's really not yours to hold on to. You know what I mean? And you gotta, one way or the other, you gotta give that shit back. Like when you given a gift to do something, the thing that you don't know, is the amount of lives that you're going to touch along the way. These are things that I've heard from people. I don't know these damn people from a hole in the wall, but they'll mention things concerning creative works that affected their life. You know, their decisions and this is that, and because of you, this, that, and all this, that, there. And I remember when you did that, and when y'all did this and that. You don't know the amount of lives that you are going to touch along the way. So spiritually, concerning things that are poured into you that you have zero overhead for. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no overhead when you giving back something that you just have a natural inclination to do, a natural ability to do. And although you may refine it and you have to and bring your ability to a point of professionalism, it's still something that came to you at zero cost from the onset. So who are you to say I'm not going to share this and then affect those that will ultimately be affected that far exceeds your ability to see who is going to touch and what is going to mean to them and all of that sort of stuff. So when it comes to things like that, be it writing, production, whatever your creative offering is, if it was given to you, you have an obligation to give that shit back. And I'm not saying that because I've always understood that. I had to come to the point of learning that through just time and realizing like, damn, well, because it's so easy to take stuff for granted. You know what I mean? It's easy to take these things that you get for free for granted. But then when it touches lives, we've lived to see people, little white kids say, man, I wish I was you. I mean, I remember this shit. These are things that happened along the way in different settings. And being who we are, where we from, man, this ain't shit that you can imagine that would occur in your lifetime that you will affect people in such a way. And I just use that as an example because that's really an extreme notion, but the shit actually happened. And I wasn't even thinking about that when I'm talking about the lives that you affect, but including that too. You don't know the lives that you're going to touch. And so I just, being honorable to that. If there's more in there, so long as I feel like there's more in there to pour out, I have a responsibility to pour it out and let it do and represent what it may along the way. But what I don't have the right to do is decide that, that I'm not going to share it. And I'll close that thought with this. I had to realize this as well, talking to a good friend of ours one day. Everything I know concerning success in my lifetime has come from what God decided was going to be the route that would represent success in my life. I can't look at that. I can't shun that. Who am I to shun what Wreckx-n-Effect represents in my life? Who am I to shun what lyricism represents in my life? This is the medium that God chose to change my life, change my family life, to turn me into, and I'm isolating myself because I'm specifically talking about me. But obviously, you know what the vehicle represents. This is what God decided is going to be the thing that's used, that every phone number you got that represents somebody that's notable, every relationship you have that represents a connection, everything you know about a world of success stems back to one particular route that was chosen, that this is what's going to bless your life. So I don't have that luxury, you know what I mean, to ever say that I'm that for any reason that I have the right to not exercise that and then thereby impact somebody else's life. So, so those are my views on that. And for that reason, I just try to honor that at this phase of life and be mindful of that, God gave you something. You got to give that shit back, man, because that shit is going to be helpful to people along the way. And you may not understand how, but it ain't for you to understand how, So, those are my thoughts on that.
And the three of you, so Mark Hill, you, Akil, and also Brandon, you guys grew up together, but you grew up with Posse Deep. So after having lost Brandon in 1990, how did it feel when Posse Deep were there for the Wreck Shop video, being there as your support anchor? How did that feel for you? Like it felt like you were all together in one space, and just I felt the spirit of Brandon was protected somehow. It just felt something great was happening
You
amongst you
just
guys.
said what you saying there is that you got a group of guys who are all hurting. It's just that you noticed us because we were in a group together. But before that group, is just more than just me, Arkell and Brandon. It's about 10 or 20 other guys, probably more than that.
Yeah.
So when you see that, um, it's not support for us, Wreckx-n-Effect. It's support for Posse D. We all supporting each other through that whole situation. Because not only are we hurting, like I said, Brandon was a big link. And before Brandon was a link, we had Vaughn. I don't know if you know anything about Vaughn, but he was a link too. He was our link outside of outside of the projects. Like we all know people outside of the projects, but he was our big wig.
Yeah, Vaughn is he's from, Vaughn from 217. He's from the projects,
Yeah.
but just even, just the point is extending, the reach was just far beyond our thing, man. There's 25 of us. When everybody included, with no losses, concerning Posse Deep. And like we were saying in the last joint, um, you know, we crew before the three of us decided that we gonna, form, we gonna become a group, or we gonna become recording artists. So that's first and foremost. So the thing is never really been about, them being there for us. We are there together. That's
Yeah.
really the outlook, because there's just no separation between us. And they spent so much time. A great fraction of them spent so much time on the road with us, and that became, a mandate that this is how we moving. You know what I'm saying? And that wasn't always an easy thing to do, because the label felt the sort of way, people may feel a way about it. But listen, man, they gotta come. We make up some fucking jobs and all of that kind of shit, and give
MC
them
Hammer.
something to do on the road.
Were
Yeah,
you guys MC Hammer?
What
yeah,
kind of
it's
jobs
like,
did
yeah,
you
yeah, yeah,
create?
yeah. We were, and Hammer numbers, damn sure was greater than ours, but in terms of who he had, but the spirit of it was the same. That we're gonna take as many of these people as we can. They coming too, because again, this is an extension of who we are. It's not a matter of it's us and we just happen to know these guys. No, it is us before all of this shit concerning music. And we just decided one day, hustling attempts, selling tokens, all kind of shit that we used to think, oh, we gonna try this, we gonna try that. Man, listen, when that situation came up that we spoke about, that became our dedicated focus. And anything that would keep us away from our idle time, because when it come to idle time being a devil's workshop, we were absolutely representative of that. If we wasn't in the studio, it would be a matter of time before we get into some shit. And Brandon not being here is a product of that energy. And those are just the facts. Like, you couldn't leave us. And this is how important music was to our lives. And not because at our core, we were bad kids, because we weren't bad kids, but we were brought up, we were raised in people that was embedded in street culture, that had a view that was about certain things. And us coming up under them, we adopted those philosophies outside of the house that became fabric of who we were as kids. So what that meant was if we not doing something productive, then we doing some counterproductive shit. And that's just, though that's just the reality of our process. So music was a saving grace in a lot of ways. And although music was there at the time of Brandon's passing, there was also idle time at the time of Brandon's passing. That same fucking idle time is what allowed these opportunities to occur because you're still dealing with the energy of who we are underneath all of this stuff, this New Jack Swing stuff, who we are and what we're susceptible to be drawn to are the same elements. Those things are present. So what that means is this: because we are who we are, we feel an obligation when we are making a move. Then how many more can we make this move for? Because we understand that all the hood need is proximity. It don't need you to be so much so directly connected. It just need to be close enough. It needs you to be close enough to the situation. And your ass to get drawn in it one way or the other. It'll come find you. You ain't necessarily always got to go looking for it. So I know what I learned along the way for myself was a great way to circumvent that is, cheating proximity out of its opportunity by removing elements from it. You're just not available for the shit that could happen. So simply because you ain't available, you don't know what life you saved that day, because all it takes is this one incident of a look that leads to a disagreement, that leads to an altercation, that leads to gunplay. The shit really works just like that. Bang, 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 bang. Just an hour ago, that wasn't even on your mind that any of that stuff was going to occur. So is world changing beyond our ability to measure when you remove those from an element that can be that volatile. You may never know what people were saved from. So that's why that was important for us. So Posse Deep, be it the Wreck Shop video, be it on tour, when we together, it's just, this is the time when you see us together. That's just you just being able to see us because it's being recorded. You know what I'm saying? Like, because we together anyway.
Yeah.
We together anyway. These are just the times that you see that. But it felt great because there was a lot of people outside of Posse Deep that was there. Harlem on the Whole came out and represented crazy in that video. Harlem ain't never seen no energy like that come out. The people that was in that joint, come on, man. We got classics in there that people can't even identify because they wouldn't even believe, like, hey, that's so-and-so. Yeah, bang, bang, bang. I see somebody pointed out Man DC's, who's from our projects. Man DC's was there at the video shoot. Man DC's put the video, he put a still up and circled himself. Yeah, I was there that day. Look at that, Markel and I kill up there, Wreckx-n-Effect, da 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 da. You know what I'm saying? Man DC's and B-Dog's Brandon from the same building. But Man DC's was younger, so he obviously, he's some years behind us, but he was able to be out there and be present that day. But a lot of people were there at that video. So it went so far beyond our crew, and Harlem came out and represented in grand fashion for that Wreck Shop video. So that was important to us.
I know that I think VJ may have another question. My final question is, how do you guys maintain being Switzerland in the midst of what's happening as Teddy's got his book out? Because I know you guys are still close with, say, Damien and Aaron and Chauncey and Levi and Eric and all that stuff. And how do you guys, and I'm not, maintain being Switzerland in the midst of that? Because that might be challenging.
It's not challenging. I talked to Chauncey the other day. It's not, my communication is never going to stop with somebody because I know their problems is not that dangerous. You know what I'm saying? It's heartbreaking challenges. It's not I hate this person or I kill this person type of challenge. It's they all heartbroken. You know,
Yeah,
it's
I
sad.
echo those. I echo those sentiments, Mark. Good.
Yeah, it's to me it's sad because they don't know how much they mean to the culture of R&B, both groups,
Mm.
guy especially.
Yeah.
If for them to only have what two main really albums that people recognize with,
Yeah.
you know, uh, 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 they're
Great ones though. Great ones. They got two
yeah,
great ones.
no, they great one. That's what yeah,
Yeah, they got
yeah,
some new. They left two nucleus joints. Like them joints is amazing.
yeah, and that's the sad part is that you're
Yeah.
not giving the people that no more. You're not gonna give the people that together. Like I felt like if New Edition could get back together and six people could get on stage and perform every year,
Mm.
what's the matter with everybody else? Why are all these groups breaking up?
Mm.
Mm.
You know, it's but the thing is, New Edition is like me and R. Kill. They childhood friends.
Yeah.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? It's something more than just the music with them. Although that helped they livelihood, but they're childhood friends. They have a little hood blood in them. So yeah, I talked to Chauncey the other day. I haven't talked to Aaron and Damien in a minute, but my phone is not shut off to them.
Yeah.
My phone is not shut off to them. My phone is not shut off to anybody. You know, I love my brother, but I mean, I know everybody play fault in this. Not everything is blamed on uh Blackstreet, Chauncey, Eric, Levi. Every all four or five of them guys play fault on that. Just like all three of them guys play fault in God.
Mm.
I could never sit here and say that R. Kill was all wrong in anything that ever happened between us. I know I play fault in that, and I will always be apologetic to anything I play fault in. So, how do I work my way around it? I don't. I don't. I mean, I'm not gonna chase nobody down, but I will reach out and say hi. I ain't talked to you in a long time. I miss you, man. I love you. That's all I can say.
Mm.
And I do love Aaron and Damien.
Is that the same with yours, Kill?
Yeah. Largely, I think Mark coined it with the notion of, you don't. You don't even. It ain't even. It ain't that serious to where you feel like you need to or even should, get on this, get on the page of being, alienating anyone and all of that. Because really, when you look at all of it, it seems closer to, okay, is this shit really like forever, or y'all gonna get over this shit at some point? Because it clearly seems like it's room for either or. You know what I mean? And if it's room for either or, then it lets you know that, you know, it may be serious, but serious on the surface.
Mm.
And that alone is enough to make you say, all right, well, look, man, y'all need to just get over that shit, man. And either you're gonna get over it, or y'all maybe y'all will, maybe y'all won't. But I'm not getting in that shit with y'all because it's like, in my view, there's so much more that could happen with them collectively than them broken apart,
Mm.
that it makes me feel like, you mean to tell me like there's no way y'all can't, figure out how y'all could really maximize, this situation which y'all said, does it really come to that? And maybe it does. But it damn sure makes me wonder, like, really? Like, this is all it takes for this shit to just not be no more as great of a potential as this thing has represented?
Mm.
This ain't some shit that y'all trying at. We talking about greatness that you motherfuckers created, and y'all
Yeah.
can't, y'all can't iron that shit out. I'm like, and for the, and for the reasons that are, for the reasons that stand, it just makes, it makes you just feel like, man, listen, I ain't involved in that shit because it ain't even nothing. It ain't even. It don't just. Shit don't strike me. The only way I could put it, shit don't even strike me as serious enough.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It doesn't strike me as serious enough to warrant what it warrants. It to warrant what it has become. It strikes me as a difference of view, a difference of opinion, and a refusal to budge regarding those things that will bring the situation to peace. And when you're dealing with that, then that tells me that there's that ego is involved in that situation. Because if that's the only thing that you're talking about, to where nobody wants to make any concessions for the other one, then y'all just butting heads on how y'all feel about a position, and that shit ain't enough, to be getting all invested in personally with that shit. Y'all need to work that shit out, do or don't. But either way, leave us out that shit. Y'all niggas is crazy. You know what I'm
But
saying? We're not going through all of that. You know what I'm saying? We're not going through all of that. I'm not going through all of that shit with Markel. Just not going through it because it's not worth the there's nothing about that. Let me put it like this. There's nothing about that's worth my relationship with him to the point to where we just absolutely so disagreeable that we can't even have communication. There's just nothing about that. Furthermore, I personally feel like, my bag of shit to dig in is too deep for me to feel like that something like that would be such a deal breaker to where, it becomes the stumbling block between me and him. I got too much shit that I could think about regarding me and him. You know what I mean? And things that we've been through coming up, where we come from, to where I could think about that. And that shit is reason enough alone for me to say, man, listen, we done been through this shit. We done been through that situation. This shit here is nothing.
Yeah, we've
This
been
is,
through for seriousness,
you know
man.
what I'm saying? Like serious shit. This is a cakewalk. Whatever it is, you could think of, make the shit as bizarre as you want to. And all of that shit is a cakewalk by comparison to the things that we done been through. So for me, I can't imagine anything that's more compelling than life-threatening situations that will make me feel like it's worth breaking ties. We've had times where our relationship was strained and challenged, right? We on different sides of the fence for our reasons that we felt was true to us. But the reality is that shit wasn't able to sustain over the test of time, because that's a testament that there's things that about our connection that just runs deeper than those moments that we had where we weren't necessarily seeing eye to eye, weren't agreeable about this thing or that thing, you know. So, it really comes down to that, man. I've always, I would like to see, I understand the various positions. I see how you feeling and all of that shit. I just don't see why it's impossible for y'all to come to some sort of amends. You know what I'm saying? And I personally feel like this too. If there's anything that can happen in life that will make you say, all right, now it's time to put that aside, that mean that shit that you representing, it ain't worth representing it. Because there should be nothing that could come up that should make you willing to change your mind about whether or not you want to deal with this person. If it's that serious, nothing should be able to change your mind in terms of your interaction with that person. That's just my view. You should stand on that shit. Worst come to worst, you still standing on what you believe, because it don't matter what occurs. I'm not fucking with you. I'm not feeling you. I'm not fucking with you. I'm not feeling you, no matter what. But if something can change that, then that tells me there's a kink in that armor about the value and the severity of that thing that you call an issue. And maybe that's just my outlook. But, that's how I feel about they shit. I wish them best and get over that crazy shit, but I ain't getting involved in that.
DJ, do you want to end us on a high note?
I just had something on that actually. Just on that before I'm not going to ask any more of the questions. There's so many more questions. I'll leave them for that for now. But I was just going to say, last time we touched upon Gene being an anchor, and you guys discussed and mentioned that Timmy was another possible anchor. Is there anybody else in that orbit from back in the day that could help anchor this situation and just bring some form of
I don't think nobody other than Gene, like Timmy played a role in creating the atmosphere,
hmm,
but Gene was like the universe, man. Like he controlled everything. He controlled like, and I don't mean in an evil way, but he was more. Everybody understood Gene Point when he came across. You know, Gene spoke various language, but one in English. Like he come across very well to anybody. Um, so if you was gonna listen to anybody, or if you was gonna respect anybody, it was gonna be Gene.
so there's
I
nobody
don't care
now?
who, huh?
There's
No,
nobody
I don't,
now?
it wasn't nobody else. It wasn't nobody else. Gene was our voice. Gene was our voice. Like we didn't have to talk. We just had to produce. You know what I'm saying? Gene was that person that went in the office and talked to everybody. Like, Teddy Man went in the office with him and sat to the side and said a word or two, or gave his opinion. But when people and I'm just going on off of my assumption now, because I never went to none of their meetings. Now I went to a meeting, sat in cars, but I never went upstairs with them. But I could go by when Gene was with us and when Gene left us. Business was more organized when Gene was there. You know,
Yeah.
once he left, you know, everybody started doing their own thing. As far as I want to do this and I don't care what you say. It wasn't no I don't care what you say. It was going you're going. It's not like you're gonna do this or die, or you're gonna do this or you're gonna do this and just go about your business. We ain't got to deal with you. That's how Gene mentality was. But believe me, I'm gonna get you right. And everybody Gene said he's gonna get right. He got him right.
Yeah. I think
Yeah,
everybody needs somebody to control a situation. Like
Yeah,
you
that
take
was he's the only person that could control the situation. If Jane was there, we wouldn't have these breakups. I don't care how big Aaron think he would have got or Teddy thought he was. It wouldn't have been no breakups like this. And if it was, it would have been mediated very swift.
yeah, egos were neutralized, and even those of us, and I say us because we all got to be along the way mindful of the things that we feel that we're right about, and that our point of view isn't actually ego at work. As subtle as that shit may be, you got to watch it because it's cunning. You know what I mean? And I say that because it's easy to say, nah, I ain't got no ego. Well, you got to be careful. I don't know. Let's examine that because it may be at work and you may not realize that that's what's actually at work in this particular situation. And Gene had a way of just kind of neutralizing that and keeping things on an even keel. And I think that's what Markel is referring to. And now, mind you, all of this is this is historical context stuff that we talk. This don't got nothing to do with Teddy. Got a team of people that he's working with now, and his business is doing what it does, and he sees. So this
Yeah,
don't got nothing to do with him on today's terms. We just talking about from a historical vantage point in
yeah.
that era when there was a gene. So I don't want that to be misconstrued. I don't know about you, Mark, but you could tell me what you think. And this is in my mind's eye. When they asked that question, something came to mind that makes me wonder if, like there was Timmy, The only other person that makes me wonder that historically they would have probably been a great business connection. This would probably blow your mind. I wonder if Teddy and Keith Sweat were not just working together creatively, but they represented a creative business duo. I wonder about that. And the reason why I wonder about that, because as far back as 13, 14, I remember Keith coming by. And for me, I would obviously, my little ass, I'm just there, just observing and listening to shit. He always represented what seemed to be this big brother sort of figure that had more of a handle on the business acumen of things. And he would be sharing shit with Teddy that I would be sitting there, I'm listening, I'm like, damn, he seems like, he always like got, insight and tips. And he's coming from, in hindsight, he was coming from a business perspective about what moves to make this, that. It was always that kind of more of a refined sort of outlook. So it makes me, and then seeing what he did for himself over the years and his background as a business person, the shit makes me wonder what would have happened if those two were a creative force, because he strikes me as somebody that always had Teddy's best interests at heart, not somebody to abuse him or take advantage of him just based on his willingness to share the insight. Throughout time, I've seen this shit multiple times. When he would come through the projects and dice and all of that shit, those times of him being present, it's always been that. So it makes me wonder, like, damn, I wonder if that shit would have been a mean duo. You know what I'm saying? Like if they combined those
I don't
the
think I don't think
business
they
shit.
I don't
I
think
don't
they
know.
would
What you think? What you think?
I don't think they would have I think I think Keith is more of a take charge person. Like he gotta be in charge.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing because Keith come from a business background, stock markets and all that stuff.
Right.
So um I don't I don't think Teddy will follow all leads.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like
Mm-hmm.
you need someone like Gene. Like if Keith had Teddy from the beginning and worked with her, yeah, I think he could have I think they could have worked out very well. But Gene had Teddy from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? Like grooming him. And
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
uh uh I think he respect Gene more as a father figure
Yeah.
than a partner. You know,
Mm-hmm.
that's why
Mm-hmm.
that's why it hurt Teddy more like that the split happened the way it happened more than versus saying that if he stole money or whatever, it hurt Teddy more because he know he respected Gene more than anything.
Mm-hmm.
And I know of only one person outside of Gene that Teddy respect, and that's Willie,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
like that as a father figure. Outside of my father, you know what I'm saying? But those two people that you know he could do business with, and they could be his business partner and uh 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 lead him. I don't think Teddy would could be led by Keith.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I know Keith is smart as shit though. Keith smart
Yeah.
as shit.
I always got from like this dude is sharp, man. He
Yeah,
be
Keith
shit.
stay on. Keith know how to make that money. Keith know how to make that money.
I mean, we do have to end on a high, and because we're all connected to Teddy, it would be great to hear from both yourself and Markel and VJ. If you had your three favorite Teddy productions, what would it be? Because we have to, despite all the drama stuff, we have to always acknowledge that he's probably the greatest, one of the greatest ever producers. But if you had your three um, tracks,
Oh man, mine's would be the WAP,
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Classical too. See, it's
Mm.
stuff that you know that probably didn't make it worldwide. I could give you everything that everybody heard, but I want to give it to you like Go See the Doctor. You know, those
Mm.
productions like that just stay Harlem, that just stay New York City. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Uh uh my favorite three would be um would be see,
Yeah.
I didn't even know that he programmed It Takes Two. So
Oh.
like it's just a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff. So it's to say favorites, my favorites wouldn't even really be like I'm happy that he worked with Michael Jackson. I know the stuff that he did for Michael Jackson is great, but I know it's other stuff that he did outside of all these major artists that didn't cross the border of New York City or the tri-state city. Um, that was a whole lot better and more quality.
Mhm.
So yeah, it would be like the WAP, classical too. Um, what else he did? I mean, just got paid. Got to be one too, though.
Okay.
Just got
Okay.
paid. Just got paid was You still hear that like it's a new song, man. That's a universal song. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Um,
Okay, what about you?
Well, off the rip, I'm thinking about number three, but off the rip, I would have to go with I wanna. I would have to go with Teddy's Jam one.
Mm. Okay, the first one.
Yeah, Teddy's Jam one for me. I don't know. It was just something about that from the time it was done that just hit my soul. Like, damn, this is just. I don't know. It just seemed like he just poured. I don't know. He just poured it all into that song, man. You know. And the third. I don't know. Mark bring up some compelling points because you know being a New Yorker and what rap's new generation meant to us, like that joint was like I mean this was like the street anthem, so I don't know, it's hard, and it's obviously like a lot of songs that I love, and we spoke about the Gene Chow remix. So
oh
and
yeah,
what Groove Me represented, Mark, I was telling him, like, when Gene Chow remix hit, like that shit was like a media hit the world or something, man.
yeah,
Like that
yeah,
joint just it did something to people. Like it just everybody was like, what the fuck is this? Like
yeah,
it's different, man. That joint was
yeah.
so I don't know, is a number. By the time I get to three, there's a toss up, but without question, when you ask that question that way, I would not leave I Wanna out. I would not leave the first Teddy's Jam out. Everything else is kind of up for debate. I don't know. I gotta.
BJ.
See, the world don't
Um,
know that he about the song that he did with Boy George. You know, I don't know about the song that he did with Billy Ocean, the
it,
Stephanie Mills
Yeah.
song. You know, it's a lot of stuff that he's done, man, that he probably even forgot about. Cause I mentioned stuff to him, and I'll be like, just like stuff that get mentioned to me, I'll be like, damn, we really did all that. It's just been so much. But it's hard. It's hard when you have a producer like Teddy or Dr. Dre or um even Rodney Jerkins, to say what's your favorite, because it started somewhere. You know what I'm saying? It started somewhere, and that start was special. Like that WAP and that classical too. Just think about the classical too. Mary J. Blige started off of the that's how she got one of her biggest hits off of that bass line.
Right.
Wow.
Yep. Raps
You know,
new generation.
and those songs are special. Like, not people get sampled like that time after time after time, like a James Brown gets sampled like that.
Mm.
So to say mine's would be those local hits that he put out.
Yeah, yeah, man. Like
Um,
those are they're foundational too. That's the most important thing to me.
I'm going to answer mine based on today, not necessarily what are the best songs ever. That's a much deeper conversation. And sure, if that's the case, you're going to have something like Keith Sweat, I Want Her, Just Got Paid, something like Jane Child, Don't Want to Fall in Love. Those are songs that might come into my head. But today, the songs that are coming into my head are Guys Spend the Night, the video mix, specifically the
Mm,
video mix.
mm.
Don't give me any other mix. You're not going to shortchange me. I know the video mix is the one.
wait, hold on. Can I say something before you go?
Spend the night.
Y'all in Europe, y'all cheat a lot because y'all get mixes that America don't get.
No, we do, man. It's the
Y'all get a
video
lot of
mix.
mixes that America don't
Video
get.
mix.
So
You know the video mix, man.
I know them, but the world don't know them. I mean, well, America don't know them, but Europe, y'all be knowing all the mixes that
Yeah.
be coming out.
Yeah, we're a bit geeky like that. So
Yeah,
guys
and listen,
spend
I love it though. Don't get me wrong, but y'all cheating though. You cheating.
yeah. I'm a cheat. I can't help it. I put my hands up, man. I'm sorry, man. But another thing, Teddy's so humble about his back catalogue. There was an interview recently, and he didn't remember the other song that he did off "Don't Be Cruel." He said, "My prerogative" in the other one, and I'm like, "What are you talking about, dude? That song is ridiculous. I'll be good
I'll
to you."
be
He
good
didn't
to you.
remember
Yeah,
it,
I
so
love I'll be good to you.
it was
I'll
such a
be
humbling
good
moment.
to
Beautiful.
you, girl.
So
Yeah.
good. That should have been a proper single. It was in Japan. Guys Spend the Night. I am gonna go with Jane Child remix. I think
Mm.
that is just astronomical, and not not because it's you guys are here, but I rate this song very, very, very highly. And it's the House Party 2 version of Ready or Not. I
Oh yeah,
it's
Mm.
perfection.
a big
It's just
bug.
too good.
Mm.
Uh Ready or Not. No, it's Wreckx-n-Effect. No, not I
No,
like.
but
Yeah, we're Bubs on vocals. Yeah, of
yeah,
course.
yeah.
Mm.
Mhm.
I like your style also, honorable mention. But yeah. And if we go to the older Teddy stuff, it's a longer conversation. I'll leave that for another day.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You like? I like your style. You mentioned that. I forgot about that. I like your style, and once again, that goes back to rap's new generation. That bass line of
Yeah.
"I like your style" is rap's new generation.
That's
And
Bob and Tammy.
when we
So
did
now,
lists
so
on,
nobody said my fantasy though.
it was either Spend the Night or My Fantasy. It was either or. They're
Okay.
the two. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You ask me tomorrow, Markel, it'll be My Fantasy. I promise, man.
Yeah. I should have put my fantasy because that's like one of my favorite songs.
It's brilliant. It's so good.
I had Something Just Ain't Right.
Mhm.
I just love the intro. I just love that's my
Lovely
favorite
track.
key. And then One More Night, the Bobby one. So that's why that's in my top five favorite songs ever. And um, Let's Stay Together from Guy, the extended mix. I just love Tammy's on the vocals, the Aaron's vocals. Yeah. But those are just three, Guy, Keith, and um, and the Bobby ones. Yeah, those are my three.
And
Uh,
Namdi,
but I
I'm
mean, I
only
could
sharing
have a
this.
hundred of them. But yeah.
I'm only sharing this. You mentioned Let's Stay Together. So Guy on The Future, they had a song called How Could You? There was a song called How Could You?
Yeah.
How Could You was a combination of Let's Stay Together and Dog Me Out. And then those songs were split, and Let's Stay Together became a song, and Dog Me Out became a song. But How Could You was both of those songs combined. So whatever was going on in Teddy's head, man, that boy was just running on super juice or some shit, man. I don't know what it was, man. But yeah, how
And
could you?
Teddy in those days lived in the studio, man. Teddy didn't have no life without the outside of the studio. So it'd be hard. It'd be hard to say what's going through his head. Like he took one of his vocal booths and changed it into a bedroom.
Wow.
And today, right now, today, like when I travel with him now, he carry a dictaphone with him. And I never really, I know he did that at times when he in the studio, but he carry one with him, and I see him every now and then, just talking or shooting ideas into that dictaphone, man. So like he's always thinking music. He's always thinking music.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's hard to say what's going on. I mean, the same thing with R. Kelly, though. It's hard to say what's going on through any creative head like that.
Hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
I know samples, but I be trying to figure out how I'm gonna piece them together. How I would want them pieced together. And it sounds crazy when I say it to you, but yeah, Teddy had some amazing hits, man. He
Can
had
we also
some.
just end on what's the top three favorite Wreckx-n-Effect songs? So you from your catalog, what would make your
Oh man,
top
they
three?
all my songs, man. They
Yeah,
all
yeah,
my
but what would make your top three? I mean, when you think
yeah,
of Wreckx-n-Effect.
all my top three is my cutie. No, stop.
Yeah, stand on yours. Stand on yours. That's right.
Yeah, no, my top
Smooth.
three, um, it would definitely be Rump Shaker as one because Rump
Okay.
Shaker, no, New Jack Swing would be number one. New Jack Swing really gave us an identity. We didn't really care about the identity that New Jack Swing gave us because me personally, I'm not going to speak for R. Kelly again because me personally, I was more worried about what the public felt
Mm.
than what my heart felt. So New Jack Swing would be one, Rump Shaker definitely be two. Shucks. Uh Friends to the End. That
Mm.
that 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 really means something to me. You know, because I feel like, that's what we are. We friends to the end.
Mhm. Okay. I mean,
Mm.
before Kill goes, BJ, what about you? Then okay.
For me, I've mentioned Ready or Not, so I'm going to put that in there. I would put. I'm allowed remixes, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking, just checking. I like cheating. I'm a cheater. I can't help it.
Yeah, yeah, I
Uh,
see.
the Love Juicy remix of Juicy. Oh my God, come on, man. That's just different planet, man. It's perfect. And it has to be between Rump Shaker or New Jack Swing or Tell Me How You Feel. Any one of those. I don't know. I can't choose. There you go. I don't know.
What about you,
One of them.
Kill?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where to go with that one. Far
That's
as
how I felt, man.
I don't know. I mean, Rump Stick sounds so obvious, but I don't know if it's that or just the respect that has grown for the work over all of these years. That I don't know if I would be adding that for that reason or really because I don't know. I mean, mm, I don't know. I can't. I don't know. I have. I That's not one that I think I could answer right in this moment. I have to really think about that. Like, what really resonate? Which one of those out of that body of work? What really resonates with
Can you name one track, one Rex and Effect track that just really has
me?
to be in your list?
Yeah, I mean, one that has to be on my list because see, and this is why I say that because I got certain obscure joints that I know the shit is obscure, but I just like it. Um, like the interlude that I did hard. You know what I mean? Like that hard interlude on a Hard to Smooth album. That shit is tough. You know what I mean? There's also something that I know that this don't got no business being no damn single. But then fuck the single. It's just
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like I like that shit. So it's just that kind of thing, man, that makes me say, tell me how you feel has always been one of those joints for me. I also like the song Wreckx-n-Effect on the Hard to Smooth album
Wreckx-n-Effect.
because
Yeah.
I mean, you got knocking boots. I mean, oh man, it's just
That to be honest with you, that's like a classic album though. So it's
Yeah.
really hard. Like when I throw stuff out there, I'm not 100% honest about everything I'm saying. I'm going off of like I said, New Jack Swing gave us an identity.
mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And also gave the sound an identity.
Yeah, and for that reason, I wouldn't leave it. I can't leave that out because it means
Right.
too much to music. You
Right.
know, I can't leave out New Jack Swing because I mean that branded this whole thing that we stand on, man. That was the branding happened with that single, B. And so we can't leave that out. You know, we can't leave that out, man. The official
And
branding, the official. I gotta put it that way. So Mr. Cooper has never cut out that process, but we took it. We took it public. You know what I'm saying? We took the idea and took it public. We made it public so the world has something to say, not just a backroom conversation. We made it public. So yeah, I'm gonna stand on that. I'm gonna stand on New Jack Swing. Put some respect on that. Put some respect on that. All right, because B was here when we did that too. So
right.
put some respect on the New Jack Swing brand because that represented the breaking through of our childhood dream because everything else leading up to that ain't make us no recognizable name. We became a recognizable name on the hills of New Jack Swing, so I wouldn't dare leave that out. Nah, New Jack Swing. I'm going with New Jack Swing. Yeah, I want to say knocking boots, and then I want to say tell me how you feel. I don't know.
Markel taking a history test. That's what it
Yo,
is.
I don't know.
He's struggling.
And I'm going to confuse you further. Is it when you say Knocking Boots? Did you like the LP version or the remix version?
Bro, I'm gonna tell you something about how crazy Knocking Boots was. The version that didn't even get released in terms of the mix that Teddy, like the beat. You got to talk. See, the only other person that could really share the passion that I'm feeling in this moment about the demo. What happened with the demo version when Teddy gave me the demo and said, here's the draft of the music. Go ahead and come up with your lyrics. And what those sonics was like. Nutter Butter would be able to tell you, listen, man, them drums, it was just something different. It was a level of aggression that was there that just, I don't know. And it still hits. Obviously, ain't no knock to the finished product. But you know how sometimes that joint from the raw cut, it's just like you don't get that same thing back after you get the tampering with it and all of that. It get a little bit too clean. That happened a little bit with because Knocking Boots clearly still got its edge, but that sort of thing happened with Knocking Boots. So Knocking Boots is one of those joints for me. But also I'm gonna tell you this: I can't leave out the video version of Wreck Shop, and I wish they would have released that sooner because there was a lot of people looking for it.
Yeah.
That video version of Wreck Shop, they wasn't able to get that. That joint was just, it was stranded on the video. The DJs couldn't get it until the top billing album. That's crazy. It was never a single. Not that version. Remember, the single version was totally different than the video version. So people were looking for that video version of Wreck Shop and they couldn't get it.
Wow.
Till all those years later. So I don't know. Y'all get to pick number 3, but I'm standing on those 2.
Oh, we're impressed you got to 2, man. We didn't think it was going to happen, man.
Yeah.
We're still worried you might say, I've changed my mind.
Huh? Yeah. Because I might, especially after we hang up, I'm be like, God damn.
I mean, Mark, I told us we start off when we started Wreckx-n-Effect. How does he feel about Instagram and all the clips that we've been putting up? And he's been getting calls and stuff. Has anyone called you about we've seen your interview or anything?
No. I've been it's been popping up on my. I don't do Instagram. I do Facebook. I have an Instagram account, but I'm so Facebook
Okay.
savvy. I don't know how to work Instagram. But
Okay.
I'm going to go on there because every now and then I check it. Like if you go on my Instagram, you're going to see very little
And
of
no
anything.
picture of you or anything like that. Yeah.
Right. So
Okay.
but
Okay. Okay. So has people told you about any of the stuff? Has anyone said, hey,
yeah, matter of fact, I got a call. I don't know if y'all know Jay Hot.
yeah, yeah,
He
Jay Hart.
Yeah, Jay Hot called me, man. He's like, man, I seen that interview you did, man. He's like, man, don't ever be ashamed about what your part of what you did, man. You did a lot. I was like, you damn, it
Yeah,
made me
he
cry.
did.
I was like, damn, you know, damn, what did I say wrong? But he's like, man, I talking to my uncle Mucho, man. He used to tell me about everything you had a part in and everything. He's like, man, listen, man, don't worry, don't ever be afraid to claim. I was like, man, you right. But like I said earlier, man, I've been so far removed from music that it's really hard to remember all of the stuff that we've done as a whole. Like a lot of stuff that y'all we'll talk about. I don't remember a lot of that stuff until All Kill start breaking it down. And then I'd be like, okay, yeah, okay, I remember that. But yeah, I got some calls. I not a whole lot, but I got probably like about 8 calls. And
Wow.
then I also seen a lot of stuff that All Kill replied to um when people was commenting. And I like it. I like this I like it. This is like really my first interview, online interview like this. So yeah, this I like it. That's why I'm back here for the second time, trying to break the first record.
Well,
BJ, I'll let you finish.
no, we did 5 hours last time. We didn't
Didn't
get to
quite
that
get that.
point. We've
Yeah.
been lazy today. We've only done just a little bit over 4 hours today, so
Ah,
really lazy.
oh
Yeah,
God, that's
we're
crazy.
slacking.
What?
But you know who's really slick out of the four of us? It's Namdi, and he thinks that we haven't realized that he hasn't given us his top three Wreckx-n-Effect songs. So
Yeah.
I think that's what we should end on.
I
Uh-huh.
would say Total Control.
Okay.
It will be in
Oh,
there.
good choice.
I would always put Tell Me How You Feel and New Jack Swing, the first one, because it was an anthem. It was big. I was in Nigeria when that came out, and it's definitely as hot now as it was back then. So, I mean, it was a global hit for me. As I said, Total Control, how funky the track is. Teddy just it felt like a jazz, and there was a story about a record deal and Mr. Manager, thought he got one over me. Your dad says, "Where's the contract?" Pop's pissed. I mean, I listened to it again. I'm like, man, I can remember it word for word. And then, yeah, Tell Me How You Feel, which Tammy's vocals on there, the little drum loop, which I thought would have been a master. So those
I
are my
think
my
Tammy should
three.
have did an R&B version of Tell Me How You Feel.
Oh man,
Yeah,
stop
that was
it, man.
If
Come
it was a
on.
remix, you probably could have just done a
Yeah.
remix version of it.
That
Yeah.
would
So
have been
those are my three and stuff. Yes. I mean,
yeah.
it's been a blessing getting and VJ probably has hundreds of questions that still didn't come through. But we said if we get you back for three, we go live so people can flood in and ask questions live. So that would definitely be the hope.
Hey, let's make it happen.
Yo, do you know Total Control perhaps was the only song on that album that was created by happenstance? Like there was no direct plan to create that song.
Right.
Teddy came up with that groove, and and what he didn't know was a few days prior, I had heard the term used in a conversation that was happening out in the lobby as I was leaving from the back of the studio. I'm going out, maybe headed to the bathroom. Barry Hankerson and a few people was talking, and the word total control. Everybody want total control. And they was talking about, something about with labels and how they be acting with masters and X, da, da, da. And I kept on walking, but I said to myself, damn, that's a nice title, Total Control. And I went home and thought through what would be a great outline for a rap about total control. And I just decided to use that whole experience. So it had no connection to do with no beat. I just thought it was a real nice title to use to build a song off of, a rap off of. And just so happened Teddy plays this beat, a day in the studio. And I said, damn, that's a mean ass groove. I said, yo, turn that mic on. Let me go on there. I just want to say this rap that I got to this joint. That's just how it happened. So he had no idea where this was going. And nobody did. I was literally just testing out this rap that I came up with called Total Control to this hot beat that he had. And then they heard that verse, they heard them verses and lost their mind. Everybody in the control. Oh shit!
Yeah,
What?
yeah, I remember that.
They went ape shit, yo. And it was literally just a matter of let me see how this joint feel. This rap that I came up with. Let me see how it feel to this beat. This beat is dope. That's all that was. And it became nah. This shit is a keeper. So that's how Total Control came about.
Yeah.
All right, let me ask you something, VJ. How can I get one of those shirts you have on, man?
I'll get you one, bro. I'll get you one. I'll get you one. I will send you one. These are Wreckx-n-Effect records. This is Wreckx-n-Effect records.
What?
Don't get me started on how many Wreckx-n-Effect cassettes I have or how many CDs I have. Let's not get into that. But I've got a few Wreckx-n-Effect bits.
I didn't know we had that many right there.
No, but there's so many different issues. Like you have like the original mixes, then you have the remixes, and
that's why I say y'all cheat over there in Europe, man.
I sorry, can't help it, man. Can't help it. Sorry.
He's definitely addicted. He's a collector. Yes, we will. We will definitely get you guys back for part three. But we go live because the fans will be able to stream and ask those questions. Um, um, a lot of people have been really, really happy at the fact that you guys are getting your flowers. But what happens with this kind of noise is that people will say, "Where's the music? Where's the music? Where's the music? How can you guys aren't on stage?" Especially being hip hop. You're not like Troop who do dances and you have to remember the moves. You guys are hip hop
Yeah, they
artists,
do,
so
man.
you should be able
Markel's doing the running man all the time, man. I've seen him, man. I've seen him, man. He's non-stop, this boy.
So yes, I mean that would always be the next thing, man. Just seeing you guys, even if you're doing it, because I've seen a video of you, Akil, I think a year ago, where you're in the back of a car and you just spit a verse about 2.5 minutes and posted it.
Okay, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that was spur of the moment. I was on my way in Pandora. Not Pandora. What's the name of the damn place with the salads and shit? What's the name of the spot? Panera.
Panera,
yeah, Panera Bread. Yeah. So I'm on my way in Panera, and it came to mind. It came to mind some lyrics that had just came to me, and I don't know. Sometimes I go with the moment when it hit me, and that's what happened in that moment. I was going in to get my Fuji apple crisp salad, and I said, you know what? Something telling me just say a portion of this because I cut it short. But just talk through these lyrics and and just post it in the hell with it. Go about your business. So that's what that was about. I have those moments.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, that's the next thing people are going to say. Oh, they're back. What's next? So
we're gonna figure it out.
We'll make good on that.
Yeah, but it's fantastic that you guys have done this because it's great for people that love your music, but it's great to see you two talking about all of this stuff so passionately again because Wreckx-n-Effect were special, man, and you guys need to know that because I think sometimes because you're so close to it, it's yours, isn't it? It's your baby.
Yeah.
You forget, maybe you don't. I don't know, but it's great to see you guys talking about it again. And long may this continue. Long live the Wreckx-n-Effect. And let's, yeah, as Namdi said, let's see some new shit, man. We'd like to hear some new shit and see some new shit, and it'd be good.
Yes.
I'll buy the record. I'm just saying. I'll take 2 copies.
But we know.
Yeah, y'all appreciate it, man. Beyond measure.
Yeah, I like to say
Beyond
thank you for having us, man. And I would love to do the live thing and get live questions asked.
Yeah. Okay.
And give a
That'll be
live
fun, man.
Yeah.
So
okay. Yeah.
I love to see my shirt too.
Okay. Okay. So I need to get my skates on, man. We need to figure out when this live thing is. Yeah, and I need to get you a shirt before then. Okay, fine.
Yeah. So I can
Got
wear
it.
it. Right.
All right. Got it.
We'll battle someday. I appreciate it, guys. But yes, make sure you get back on IG and see all the love you're getting. Akil's constantly having to reply all by himself. So
Yeah, I'm gonna go on there. I'm gonna start setting it up, man. I did it a while ago. When we started doing shows like a couple of years back, and I was like, man, this thing too complicated, man. Yo, Facebook is made for old people. I'm old right now, man.
Okay. I'll try and tag you on Facebook instead.
Okay. All right.
All right, guys.
All right.
Hey, y'all have a good night, man.
Yeah.
Well,
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
All right,
Quarter past
appreciate y'all.
one.
Thank you very much to both of you.
All right,
All
see you guys.
All right, Mark.
Hey guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for being a part of Halftime Chat. Please remember to subscribe, share, and comment. But most importantly, why don't you become a member of Halftime Chat? We've got amazing videos, amazing perks, and being able to support the channel. But anyway, thanks for watching. Take care.
I never participated in that kind of.
And somewhere in between us, or even loving us, on which I didn't miss you with.
What was it like growing up?
She's still making an impact on 4 houses down.
I have a couple of pieces.
Trying to get this one and that one.
That works for you, but just for me,
No, okay, you're okay.
They don't understand what Jonas Boys winning all spirits.
Play it.